Hello and welcome. Thank you for joining us again. Right, so today I'm actually presenting a full stack travelscape application. So this is actually one of the best tutorials out there, given the fact that we covered quite a lot, from the front end to the back end using server actions and being able to make payments with Stripe, right? So um, I think you guys are going to actually enjoy this, right? So I'm going to demo this in a bit and show you guys the entire thing this app is actually capable of. All right, without further ado, let's get started. So now we basically have the landing page. Here you can actually scroll. It has a smooth scroll effect, right? You can scroll, takes you to the WhyChooseUs section. You can hover over this as well. This is actually the WhyChooseUs section. This is testimonial part of it. This is the newsletter part of it, and this is actually the footer. Now this is just it for the front end, and you can see that the smooth scroll effect is there, nice and clean. And I need to demonstrate this on the mobile as well, right? So on the mobile, I need to check this off. Okay, need to dock it off. All right, good. So mobile, I'm going to just do this. So mobile now, you can see that it's actually very responsive as well. So I'll go through them speedily, and then you can see that it's actually very good on mobile as well. So I'm going to enlarge this, and the core path of this application is not the UI design, but the fact that we're able to leverage Next 14 core capabilities and being able to communicate with actual APIs and things like that actually makes it astounding. So now I'm going to click on Get Started. Okay, so when you click on the Get Started, it opens up this little modal for you to be able to communicate with the actual backend. So now I just want to sign up, and I want to sign up as an actual user. So my name here should actually be Oscar Raymond, right? So my email is actually raymond@gmail.com, and my password, let me just do test 12345. Okay, let's try to sign up. I'm going to register. So my account has been created successfully. You can see the account there, and I'm just going to grab this email and save it and try to log in with this particular user. So now I try to click on the login button, and it's going to try to log me in. Okay, so now you can actually see that we've been redirected to the dashboard, and you can actually see some cool preloaders here, right? One on the navigation, the sum of the cards here, and so on. So as a new user, we give everyone 100 credits to basically, order for packages and stuff like that, right? So if you want to top it up, you can actually go to quick top up. But now I'm going to just show you the different sections of the application. So this is actually the others. There's no others yet. It's 0. Transactions, I don't have any transactions as well, so it's going to be 0. And packages, right? So one thing about packages is now we basically have lots of packages on the backend, right? So there's no admin for interface. So I've actually written a very cool function to generate lots of packages. So if I click on packages, it's going to just fetch those generated packages, right? So you can see we have lots and lots of packages. So this one is like 15 credits, 17 credits. Right, that's like 17 credits. So, okay, so what else? This is like 7 credits and so on. So I think I will go for this Albania island hopping in the Philippines, whatever. So let me book. Can I just click on book now? So as you can see, your order is completed successfully, and I was debited 15 credits. Right, but my order is successful. So you can come here to copy your order ID, which is okay. You can use it to do whatever you want. Right, as far as you have enough credit, you can be able to perform actions, right? So you can see that I just made an order. So if I go to my transaction history now, that transaction will be there, right? So you can see this is actually transaction. The source is actually order. This is the source ID is actually successful, right? So also you have it in the orders, right? So this you are the one making it. This is the location and the amount, but still we keep track of this information in your transaction history. So you get to see, oh, these are all the transactions I made. So I want to top up um, with 15 now. If I top up 15, I should be able to have 100 credits again. So I'm going to click on a quick top up, and I'm going to just top up $15, and I'm going to click on the proceed to checkout. So this is going to try to connect with Stripe, and it's going to expect me to pay $15. So we're going to use the dummy card payment. So we're going to do 4242 to the very end. Okay, good. So you can type anything in here, it doesn't matter, and just pay. So this is going to try to pay this amount into our Stripe account, obviously, and the system is going to try to pick up this kind of transaction and credit my account, right, automatically. So you can actually see we are there. Our credit now is 100. I can see if I go to transaction history, I should be able to see that new transaction. You can see transaction is credit, doesn't have a source ID. I just paid in $15, right? So you can actually copy your transaction ID. Wonderful, right? So you can see we keep track of every transactions we make within the platform, making it much more a sophisticated platform, right? So good. So you can actually go, let me play around, and then obviously just, do some sort of packages and stuff like that. So let me just, book this, book this, book this. Okay, so I've just booked like 2 or whatever, so I have them here. My account has been reduced, right? So, but I still have a lot. I can still play around with it. Let me see. Okay, I've already booked that, right? So, book this again, 55. I'm going to show you when I am done exhausting all of my credits. I'm going to be greeted with an error. Just watch. It's fantastic. So come in here, maybe 16. Let's book this one. I have 5 left. Fantastic, yeah. So come here, let's book. This one is 11. I don't have up to this amount anymore because I just have 5 credits. Book now. Insufficient balance. Try topping up your balance and try again. So this is actually what we'll be building. And without further ado, let's get started. So I'm going to just log out now. So when logging out, is going to clear out the token and redirect you straight to the logout page. All right, so let's get started. Okay, so just to be clear, so what we're doing today is basically we're trying to, have a proper server setup, right? And the way it works most times is you basically have to, set up your data models and being able to connect with these specific models, right? And so first off, we basically have to start the planning process. And I actually use one tool most of the time. I actually use eraser.io to basically plan these models. And they actually offer some cool tools. I'll show you in a bit. So when you basically sign up or something, you're going to actually have like some sort of, you create some sort of workspace or project, as the case may be, and you're going to have something similar. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to click on this, and it's going to open up the canvas, obviously. So so what I would do in this case, I'm going to remove this, right, and click on the plus icon, and you can see this lets you set up here diagram as code. Is actually a new feature, so you can click on it. And what I want to use today is entity relationship, right? Because I'm actually drafting out the actual models. So you click on the entity relationship and you're going to have access to all of the models. So what I care more about is not really the diagram itself, but by this code interface that you can modify. Because when you do this, it's going to actually have a direct effect with what you have on the on the actual diagram. Okay, so I'm going to remove all of this step. In case you don't know how to do it, I'm going to show you that quickly. Right, so let's leave one of this so we'll see something to track. Okay, so what we're actually building is this. This is actually, we already have the landing set up, right? So this is the actual dashboard. So now we have quite a couple of things, right? So we have the packages, we have the orders, we have the transactions, and so on. So what is actually important here is that first off, they need to be a user, right? So let's create that. So this is actually the user's model, right? So a user basically has some sort of name. So I think we can just call this display name or just name. Doesn't matter. So it can actually be a combination of the first and the last name. And every user basically has a credit. So by default, it's going to like have, some. So I think it's actually an integer, or we can say number, right? Let's say n. Okay. Yeah, so you can actually say that is actually a number. It's completely understandable, right? So what else do we have? And the user basically has a name, number, definitely. It should have an email, polarized string. All right, so basically user has an email. And what else does the user have? The user can basically have some sort of orders, packages, and so on. But those, we just put those in like a separate model, right? Okay, so what other information does the user have? Um, okay, so we can actually have the ability to suspend the user, right? So, but this would not be the feature that we add, but we can just include that there. So suspended is actually a boolean. So now we have the name, we have the email, we have the credit, and then we have the suspended. Not sure if user basically has other kind of feature from what I can see. That's completely all. Okay, good. So now let's go to packages, right? So packages are actually like universal. So a package doesn't really like relate to an actual user, but users can basically have like, can actually subscribe to a package or something similar. So what we're going to do is a package has an ID, it has a name, right? So by package, let's check it out. This is it. So it has an image. All right. So the image now is just a string, a URL basically, and it has a price, right? Credit. So price in credit, something like that. So this is going to be the price in credit. And what else do we have? We have the how long the package will take. So package here is actually like trips that the user wants to go on, and also the location, the total number of people allowed, and so on. So what we're going to do per person. This is actually per person price in credit. Yeah. So the total this. Okay, so we need some sort of status for it to see if the trip is still active or not. So total this is going to be like number, right? Okay, so we have the email, we have the total days. We don't really care much about this. These are the total number of people, that can go, or the number of people that have actually patronized this trip. That's a good feature, but for now, let's add the location to it. So location is actually a string, right? So we have the name of the package, which is this, the per person price in credit. We have the duration or the total number of days. We have the location, And yeah, so the total number of people accepted, right? So we can add that. Just do total days, total allowed. Okay, total. So total people allowed. So this can actually be in number. I can just put this in string or number to be more precise. Okay, so honestly, I think this makes sense. This actually explains what we have. So when a user basically rates a package, we can actually have the rating here. So we'll take the average of the overall rating, right? So I think we are going to add a rating here as well. So average. So this will be the average rating. It's just going to be a number or float, as the case may be. But definitely we know what we want. So this is the average rating and the total rating. So total rating. Okay, total rating can actually be a number. All right. So total rating means total people that have actually like rated is 23, and you can take the average. Okay. So I'm thinking not to include this because we can as well just get a rating for each of the order basically. So okay, I think we can definitely come back to this later. I don't want it to be a problem when we start the proper implementation, right? So, and so package. So yeah, so eraser.io basically has a very cool feature that you can specify some sort of icon. You can say this is a package, this is a user. So when you specify it, it just basically appear on the actual chart. So now packages and users are not linked because packages are actually universal irrespective, right? So yeah, so basically we need a way to be able to say, okay, this trip has an average of 4.0 whatever. So what we normally do in this case is that for every trip that that has been actually like booked or ordered, we want to take the rating, right? So we need a way to allow users to basically rate a particular trip and so on. So, and I think we can actually add that to some of the front end feature. It was not included before, but I think I can just add it. So when a user basically order a trip, so you want to rate your experience. So I think yeah, we have the order list. In here, we're going to basically have a way to basically rate it, right? So let's do that real quick. Let's click on that, and I'm just going to put it here. So what we want to do is we can as well just make this white, add some sort of shadow to it, effects, drop shadow, just basic shadow, doesn't really matter. So what we want to do again is we want to allow them to be able to rate trip. So do this rate trip, and also at the same time we wanted them to be able to, I think just rate is fine for now, right? Rate trip. So when they click on this, they're going to basically going to group that real quick and add it somewhere around here. So they can actually rate the trip, and I think we need some sort of icon, right? So the way I normally search for icon is just the Figma icon spark. You should be able to see something. So click on it, and you're going to actually have a list of different icons. And what we want to search for specifically is the icon to basically rate, right? So when you rate a trip, you're going to basically have something like star. Oh, we already have a star. So what's the point? Copy that and take it here. Okay, let's put this here, put this here, group them together, select them, and basically align them. Okay, so let's take them here. So this will actually rate the trip. And one more thing, I think this only apply to when the order is successful. So this is a new order, and if the order has been completed, if the user has gone on a trip and so on, right, we can actually include this feature. So okay, so yeah, that's something I think we can actually come to that later on. I think that works for the use case. Let's go back to our setup. Um, that's that for the packages, I think. So the other thing we'll do is, yeah, so this will give us a list of all the different packages as the case may be. And one other thing I think is extremely important at this stage is a way for us to be able to, you know, grab the data structuring for the orders. So for the orders, what we want to do in this case is we need a way to mimic it, right? So what does the order consist of? That's the first question. So we have the order list, and in this order list, we have some setup. So let's come in here. Come here, we want to just create orders. And what we want to do is to specify our icon. So the icon we want to use here is, let's see if we have an icon for order. No, we don't. So order is like a package as well, right? But let's do anything like e-commerce. Okay, let's look for an appropriate icon. Okay, so orders are like an actual. Should we use star for orders? Not sure, but let's see what we can find. Okay, let's do this and see. All right, so we don't really see it here because okay, this is it right here. I think that is not cool for an order, but we can use wallet icon. I don't know how good that would be, but let's see. Orders. Oh, okay, we can use cart. Definitely. Okay, shopping cart. Interesting. There we go. So this would be our orders, right? So you can play around with the tool. Just very cool way for you to, get used to it. So grab our ID, paste it here. So others are actually user specific, right? So every users basically have their own specific orders, right? So basically we need to do the user ID. So the user ID now is going to, obviously is a primary key. It's going to point to this ID. So string. So it's definitely an ID, right? So in our relationship model, so what we want to do is orders. So this is the appropriate relationship, yeah. So users can actually have multiple orders, right? So the way you do it is, if in case you don't understand how the syntax basically works, right? So there's actually a little icon here. You can click on it, and then you see all the relationships, right? So this is actually one to many, many to one, one to one, and also many to many, right? So you actually denote them by using this little icon, this chevron left, chevron right, just a normal dash, and this double chevron for many to many. So in most cases, you wouldn't be using many to many because it just most of the time creates lots of problems. So what you use most of the time is like one to many, one to one, and many to one. All right. So what we do, you can see from this setup. I'm going to close that up. So users.id lesser than others.id. So what this does is going to create a kind of a one to many relationship, telling you that one user can actually have many others, right? So that makes sense. All right, so let's continue with the remaining part of the others. So other basically has some sort of ID. It has a date. So I think every model by default normally has like created art. So we're going to just copy this and paste it throughout the rest of the models. So come in here, we paste it in here. So I'm just going to grab it and paste. Oh, so let's see. Okay, you can just align it properly that way. Okay, so then we have the ID, we have the date, we have the customer name. Yeah, that's definitely your name, by the way. So you can get that from the user ID. You just have to populate it wherever. So the location, I don't think this is important. Yeah. Oh, it's definitely important because I think you're actually ordering a package, right? So then we definitely need the package ID, right? So because in the package ID we have access to, to the location and other information, right? So we need the package ID, we need the user ID as well, right? So the amount that you paid. So I think every package basically has, the per person price in credit. So the amount has been taken care of there. And yeah, so the other thing we need is the status. So every other basically has a very unique status. So the status can actually be a string. But I'm thinking of making this an enum, right? Definitely. It's going to be one of, let's say pending success fail, right? So we can actually be one of these statuses, right? I would say, right? So let's actually have it being one of this, right? So if you create a new order, it's going to be in a pending state, right? Not really. So it just depends. When you create it, it's going to be pending, and then it's going to be, if you made the actual payment, it's going to turn to successful. And if you're unable to make payment, it's just going to fail. Since the payment is going to be instant, we're going to use Stripe for this. Okay, so that makes sense. And this will actually drive us to maybe we want to like rate this order, right? So let's say we want to add a rate here. So rate is just going to be user specific. So what are we rating this order is going to be a number. So the number is going to be like between 0, 1 to 5. So I think 1 rating, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We missed 3 out of there. So this can actually be one of the rating. It's not going to be just a number, one of this, right? So so we've actually have a very significant orders, right? And one other thing we do is okay, we can now say, right, orders dot the package ID. So one thing I like about Eraser.io is how cool the autocomplete is. It just basically autocompletes it for you, making it very easy for you to know the attributes and properties attached to a particular model. So others, the package ID is going to go to packages the ID just one to one. That's completely fine. Okay, so good. So what else do we have? We're done with the orders. We're done with the packages. And yeah, so we have a transaction, right? So let's see. Transaction history. So I think this is very similar with the other one. So if I could, I think I should just do something like this and take this to the right. Yeah, something like that. So we can basically have like 2 views or something. Oh, this is not spelled right. Let me fix that. Transaction, correct. Okay, so let's take this to the left and take this to the right. I can't say it, but it's fine. So we have the orders, and the other thing we want to do is the transaction. So I'm going to copy this and paste it there. So now we want to rename this to transactions. So the transaction basically is in the ID, the date, the source, right? So it's user specific, belongs to a user. So the source can actually be of, we basically have two source. It's either you want to place an order or you want to make an actual transaction, like deposit or top up, something like that. So in this case, what we're going to have in source is going to be a string. And that string, okay, so let's write this completely so we are consistent. Okay, so that is it. So this is going to be a string, and the possible values are actually, from what we see in the design, actually credits in order. Right, so we can as well just make this all caps, credit, order. Right, so maybe on the front end we can display this way here. We can just run the actual all caps version of it. Okay, good. All right, so we basically have the source, and then we have the source ID. So the source ID is just going to be a string, not a UID, because it can actually point to the actual ID that you're making. So in the case of order, it's going to point to order ID, right? In the case of you making deposit with credit or whatever, it might actually point to maybe the subscription table that we might have later on. So then we have the amount. So let's do that. Let's include that. Just going to copy this, and not sure we can just do amount number, right? So the amount number and then the status. So I think the status can actually be one of these as well. Okay, so that makes sense for transactions. So let's link it. So transactions. So users can basically have lots of transactions. So it's users.id is equal to transactions. User has many transactions ID. So user can actually have lots and lots of transactions. And also, and also I think the source ID, no, we won't link that because we're using a string representation of it to just keep track. Okay, so the other part has to do with, top up. So whatever top up we're doing, we are still putting it within the transactions field. And the amount that we want is, most of the things we do in this platform is going to be based on credits, right? So if you top up, you are topping up with an actual credit, like 15,000 credits. We just do it, at this stage we can actually stick with, so 1-to-1. So 1-to-1 would be in terms of, one credit is equal to, one credit is equal to 1 USD, right? So we can actually use this as the case may be, just for the sake of, we're simplifying stuff. So if you, wherever you see one credit, we are referring to 1 USD. All right. So I think there we go. I don't think there's any other thing we have to do now, right? And so yes, we have the quick top up. So when a user click on the quick top up, they are going to be greeted with this lithium order, right? To proceed to checkout and stuff like that. So I think we can still use our transactions to manage this, right? So source ID can actually be, it can actually be, your normal order ID, right? Can be your order ID. It can actually be the reference ID from Stripe, right? It can actually be your reference ID. So we can do the status and stuff like that. So I think we can use transactions, to basically capture this process. So yeah, fantastic. So with this, we've come to the end of the database structuring, right? So this is how the entire database flow will look like. Okay, so let's make some changes. So transactions, let's change the icon. So what are we going to use for transactions? And maybe let's use SAP, something like that. All right, so packages, we use our package. Our orders, we use our order. So you can actually say that our models is coming in nice and clean, well visualized, right? So we have all of this information, and yeah, it just makes sense. When you look through it, you can see that, oh, these are all the fields we need, and very easy for you to, to try out and see how it actually works. Okay, so thank you. Let's get right into the actual implementation. All right, so we proceed with the different approaches here. So the structure to this, touchdown will actually be about a couple of things. So we'll try to break the design into smaller pieces and try to, couple it together basically. And secondly, we basically have to go into the actual dashboard and interact with actual APIs. And finally, we can just, wrap it up by, explaining what server actions are in X13, X14, and so on. All right, I think we can actually proceed at this stage. So if you are just joining in for the first time, what we normally do is we just go through the repository, right? So click on this, make sure you're on the start of branch, try to clone it, right? So you can see the clonable link here. You can just copy it, and what you want to do is you want to head over to any folder of choice, right? So I'm going to just show you a demo, but I'm not going to run it because I already have it. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to desktop, YouTube, it's messy. All right, so I already have it here. This is Travelscape, right? So this is what we actually be building. So now I'm going to do something kind of, similar. I'm just going to go here, open your terminal, and you want to just clone, right? So the command, as always, is git clone. Then you paste in the link you just copied. So when you hit enter, this is going to clone it. It's going to give you something that looks exactly like this, right? So I'm not going to do this because I already have it. So I'm just going to close it out. So go over to Travelscape. I'm just going to open the initial project. Okay, so close this out. So this is actually the basic project. When you open it up, you're going to just see all of this setup when you are in the startup branch. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to run the dev server right away. And the command, as always, is npm run dev. So this is going to trigger the dev server. And yeah, we should be able to start something off of port 3000. Oh, we already have something there. So I think I already have a running server. I just need to close that out. And clear, run it again. And this should give us, a proper, good. Okay, open this up, go there. Okay. So it's trying to compile, right? It's going to take like few seconds, and then it's going to be live. So we'll just wait for it. Good. So now, by default, when you clone from that starter branch, you're going to be greeted with this page. Wonderful. This is exactly what we expect. So we're going to actually start easy, right? So we're going to start with the actual app, right? So first off, what we normally do when we start a new project is we try to get a color scheme, right? We get the primary, we get the secondary, we get the tertiary, accent, and so on, right? So this is actually very easy. I think we already have the primary. I'm going to open up the code now and go to Tailwind config.js. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to close this out and make this a little bit bigger so you guys can see it more. Minimize this a bit. And as you see right here, we have the primary and we have the secondary already. So this primary is this exact color. secondary is like grayish kind of color anyways, right? And let's see if there's any other kind of color combination we want. Not really. I think that's basically all of it. From the looks of it, it's not that much. So what we're going to do is to basically try to export our assets, right? So this is the logo itself. So I think we already have this somewhere, but I think I'm just going to export it again. It's very tiny. So you have it selected. You want to click on the export pin and click on the preview. You have it here. So you basically have to click on that to export it. So just going to download it. And I think I should just remove every other thing, right? So let me select. So we have a very clean slate. Wonderful. So now we basically have to rename this to not dashboard, landing. Okay, so we have that. Good, good, good. All right, what else do we have? So we have, oh, I love this. We have this little hamburger, right? So let's export this. Let me show it's grouped, right? So you can just do Ctrl G on your keyboard, right? So it's grouped now. And click on the export. This is it. You want to export it. This is our custom hamburger. I think I like it. Not sure what to be doing on the desktop part of things, but it's mostly on the mobile. So just hamburger is fine for now. Okay, so now what else do we have? We have the search. You can get that from Lucid React or Iconify, whatever. Right, so what else do we have? We have all these images, so you can just select them all together, get this little plain, the little squish line, like that. Will that work? Then do Ctrl G to group it, and click on the export pane. You can see from there that everything is coming in, both the guy on the site, the other guy on I don't know what that is, right? So and there's another lady on the sea. Right, so they are coming in as expected. You want to basically just export that. Right, so we're going to rename this to Hero. Yeah, so just call it Hero. It's our Hero image. That's Sebastian A3. Okay, so we already have chevron down. That's not a problem. So we have another one, which is this. So basically, I have to, there are a lot of shapes here. So what I will do, I'll select them all. Select this, select the one on the background, select the other one, right? And okay, I might not select the other one. This can actually be a separate shape called the text. Not sure if the text is not something that changes, so we can just have it grouped. So don't worry about it. So we have all of them selected. You want to group them all. So let's see the export, right? Yeah, so it's coming in as expected. There's the background is coming in, the foreground, and also the little overlay. So you want to export that. What are we going to call this? You can call this choosers. Okay, you can call it either choosers or shipping C. And then one that works, right? I like to label it according to the actual title. All right, so now we go again, and what do we have? We have a plane. So let's just export this guy. So we have a plane, then we have another image. So let's do the same thing we did before. We have it selected. So also with this, just select everything in there. Ctrl G to group, Ctrl G to group, and you have all of them right here. So you want to export that. This will, this WhyChooseUs. That's weird. WhyChooseUs is like appearing twice. I think I should basically just rename this. Okay, so there we go for the most part. Yeah, so don't forget, let's rename it and choose us too. Okay, so let's go down and okay, this is the testimonial sections. Yeah, so but what we'll do, we don't really have enough time to basically design this or make it functional. I'm just going to export the actual thing. Right, so okay, so what about the buttons? Yeah, so we can actually have lots of images and text and make this one functional. I think we can do that, but it just depends on the time factor. Let's see. Okay, this is actually custom text. So yeah, so let's only grab this. That's fine. Ctrl G, export, come in here and let's rename this to testimonial. All right, and we already have this plane here, right? So rename this to plane down. Okay, so on the subscribe portion, we have this guy. So group it and click on the export. There we go. So this is going to be the plane left, and the other one would be the plane right. Oh, let's typo, please. Let's fix that. So group this and export. So this is going to be the plane right. Okay, so now I think we basically have a couple of icons that we can just grab. Travel skip. Let's rename this real quick. Just a test basically, so it doesn't matter. So let's export all of these in singularity. So I'm gonna rename this to, it's already renamed for some reason, so that's fine. Okay, let's save that one. Okay, LinkedIn. Okay. Okay, so we have Twitter, we have nice. All right, so let's go to change this out. Travel skip. All right, so what do we have here? The location. So let's just export it. Maps and flags. Export. That's actually maps and flags. Again, that doesn't make sense. So let's check it out. What's in there? That's just a core icon. All right. So how to rename this? Envelope. All right. So we basically have like all the things I think we need, right? Without wasting any time, we're going to dive right in. All right, so I'm going to close this up and I'm going to just go to components. We have the sections, right? So in these sections, I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call it landing. Don't worry about what we have here over the chart. I will explain to you what they actually do later on. So the first section here is going to be the hero, right? Okay, so after the hero, we have the WhyChooseUs. I think these two components will be within it. Okay, WhyChooseUs. All right, and yeah, we have the testimonials part. All right. And yeah, we have the newsletter. Okay. And then we have the footer. Yes. So meanwhile, when we take to the right, we also have the login form and the sign up form. Right. So this is sign up. Right. So I'm going to create a new folder. I'm going to call this forms. Okay, so we have the login and we have the sign up. Fantastic, yeah. So now we basically have the skeletal structure of the entire application. And what we want to do, go to page. In here, we want to put in all the components we just created. Okay, so I'm going to just close others and I'm going to go back. So first we have the navbar. Next, we have the hero section. And we have the WhyChooseUs. We have the testimonial. If I could spell. And we have the newsletter and then the footer. All right, so the footer, that's strange. Footer is not coming in. Sections, landing, footer. Oh, we didn't have it. Good. Yeah, we should have it now. Nice. Okay, so after that, we're good, right? So let's see what we have so far. Now we have a very, very clean application from scratch. And yeah, so what we're going to do, let's start from the actual, navigation. So before that, we need to take those images we've exported so far. We need to break them into a project. So we take them into public and we're going to put them into, I think, images here. So we already have some defaults, whatever. So don't worry about this. So going to go to my folder, go to downloads. And I'm going to edit a couple of these first before I move them in. Remove the ugly one there. Also with this one. I don't know what that one is doing there. So I'm going to take it off. And also, I think this one, there's a space in between. That's very weird. Obviously, just convert this to underscore. It's safer. Okay, so far so good. And also this one. Let's convert this to underscore. Right? Good. So we just do Control A and drag it into the images folder. Good. So we have like all of them. Good for us. So now we want to dive into navigation. So let's build out the navbar. So navbar first off takes in the actual logo, which is actually available in images / I think logo, landing logo. But now the file extension is actually PNG, not SVG, right? So it's coming in as expected, right? So let's see. Okay, good. All right, so what else? We have the home, we have packages, and we have contact. These are actually positioned, and I think at the center, right? So let's get those. So we have the home. Just going to replicate this, add more of the links here. And the other one is packages. The other one is contact. Right, I think finally we basically have like a search bar, which is weird by the way. I was expecting that. It's actually very useless in this implementation because we didn't use it. We didn't use it. So I think I can just, take it off. It wasn't used at all. All right, so basically we have everything we need: home, packages, contact, and this one we need to, bring in the stylish hamburger. I'm not sure what that does by the way, but yeah, let's bring it in. So let's see. I think we have something like a search check icon. Let's search this one. This one is coming from Lucid React. Let's see if it's nice. Not really. This is not a search. Sorry, it's actually the image we exported, right? So let's have it. So this is an actual image. I want to do img source / images / we called it hamburger. PNG Auth. That's the hamburger right there. So let's see if everything goes well. We should have it. We're having it, but it's way too big, right? So let's seek out ways to minimize it. So let's say 24 pixel. Oh, 24, too big, right? So let's do maybe 16 pixel. How does that look like? It seems to be, cutting the actual stuff. That's not what I want. It's a very weird behavior. So let me grab it and put it here. Let's check the behavior like that. Good. Exactly, this is the way I wanted it. Right, so the width and height basically just, affect it and stuff like that. So this logo, I want it to be a little bit sharper. So what I will do is I'm just going to go here. Gonna do object fit, maybe cover. Not sure if we basically are, we are assigning some sort of width or whatever to it. But I think that could be my view, but I think it's completely decent. Now let's fix the mobile. And here images / the actual stuff, which is the landing logo. So the extension is actual PNG, and object cover, just in case. So we basically need to just copy everything we have here. Let me remove this. Copy all the stuff we basically have here, and we want to take it into here. And finally, we want to make sure that this one, I don't know, it doesn't actually serve any purpose in mobile, so might as well just take it off. So the so I think the other one we have is the actual X from Lucid React. And okay, so let's use our images / hamburger.png here. Okay, so yeah, so far so good, right? But I need to fix that hamburger. I have to fix it. It must be fixed. All right, I paste it in there. Not sure why it's looking so weird. Right, so let's give it proper width. Yeah, so 20 pixel kind of matches, maybe 24. All right, so 24 seems okay. Object cover, just in case. Same here. So let's see. So desktop seems way too smaller. So let's kind of make it a little bit bigger. And that should be So we're gonna do 24, 24 and see what we have. Nice. That looks more like desktop, yeah. So let's minimize this. Good, good, good. We have it, we have it. Good for us, yeah. Okay, so the sign in is not really part of the thing, so you can just, take it off. Okay, so we have on packages contact. Nice, nice, nice. So the next stage is we basically need to get into, okay, so before that, I think I have to fix one of the things here. Let's give it a width of 5 rem and see. 7 rem. 10 rem. Okay, how does that look? Not sure. Okay, mobile is fine. Desktop, I don't know about desktop. That looks so weird by default. But we'll see. We'll see. We can come back to this later. All right, so let's build up the hero part. So I'm gonna just remove all those things we don't use. Okay, I'm gonna close this out. Go to hero. Pin this, and let's cook. All right, so this is a section, and come in there. Okay, so I think we basically have like two major sides. So the left side and then the right side, and we have a text. So I'm gonna grab this text. So there is actually an apostrophe, right? And then we have another p tag. So I'm gonna grab all of this, learn me some text, and paste it right in there. Right, and then we have a div, right? So this div is basically, I would love to even put it as a separate component. It's not being used actually. So we didn't use it, we didn't have any form of filtering. So this might not actually be needed in the grand scheme of things, right? So let's not just put a feature that we will not use. So it's actually a completely useless feature. So we didn't use it in the actual backend implementation. So let's stick with something that we use. Okay, so let's go. So we basically have now a button. So I think I'll take off that div. Okay, use it for the button. All right, so I'm going to grab the text and put it right there. And it says get started. I'm going to put that there. Add my classes when I know how it looks like, and so on, right? So we have to position this guy, this stylish underline, way beneath it, right? I think we can actually do this, yeah, but I don't know if that works well, but let's see. So then on the right, we just have an image on the right, so images like hero, png, and the auth test. Okay, so let's move that space, and let's see what we have so far. Boom, interesting. So let's tie this a bit. So now the font size is 100. That is huge. That's going to be very huge and very whoosh, and very funny too. So we're going to make sure that it's actually bold, font bold. Yeah, so that'll give us a very good feel. So and meanwhile, we have to be very careful here with stuff like this, because in mobile they look so weird. So you can just do 2XL or 3XL in mobile. So for medium screens upwards, you can do the 100 pixel. And yeah, what else do we have? Something got scattered for some weird reason. Let's undo. That's strange. Very strange behavior. So let's do 30 pixel. So why the weird behavior? I wasn't sure. Oh, it got pushed upwards. Oh, I see. It's always like a common thing, right? So it's okay. We can fix it later on. That's not a problem now. So the desktop, we have this, and let's see what else we got. Can you make this a div? Not sure. That's strange. Yeah. All right. If this is going to be a problem, let's take it off for now and see what we have. Good. Take this back to p tag and this one. Okay, so just basically have is black with opacity of 75%. All right, so we can just do some my to basically space those. Nice. Our button itself is coming nice and clean. Right, so let's position all of this properly. So this section, justify between, and item center. Fantastic. All right, so let's see what else we might need. The leading is way too much. That is sickening. Let's reduce it. Let's do 10. 10 is like 2.5 RAM. I'm going to scale this up to like 6 RAM. Yeah, something like that is okay-ish. Very decent. Yeah, something like that is just fine. Perfecto. All right, so let's fix the mobile part. So I'm going to go here, go to error section, and then let's do it. So I think that is way too much. We can do 16. Okay, so the text is way too small. Okay. So my bottom can just be it. Let's check desktop. Back to mobile. Okay, so I think we're not doing bad. We're not doing bad at all. So it's coming in the way we want it to. And one other thing I hate is for users to be able to do something like this. It's a very creepy design. Creepy thing. So I normally just set select to none. So that will prevent that kind of behavior. You can't really select it anymore. Okay, so one other thing we need to do is to work on this guy. So let's try that out. So that would be a little bit difficult and simple at the same time, because we could have easily like separated the lets, but what I will do, I'll make this relative, right? Within it, I can actually create an absolute element. It's just going to be absolute, yeah? So the width, I'm not sure, so let's see. This is 215 pixel, right? So let's do that. So 215 pixel, and the height is let's do 5 pixel first. And BG can actually be primary. Yeah, something like that. I got it on the first try. Isn't that amazing? All right, so I think the height we basically need to bump it up a bit, maybe 6 or 7. 6. Okay, good. That's good. So this would be absolutely positioned. Absolute. Top 0. Now it's even more weird than I expected. All right, so basically I have to we can't do bottom, because if you do bottom, it's going to be at the bottom of the journey. So we just have to pat it down. Let's do 3 rem. Okay, so 5 rem should cut it. No, 6 rem. Fantastic. So let's see the one we have on the design, if it's exactly the same. Kind of the same, but it's actually starting on the same line as the L. So let's take note of that. So left, let's do left 0, maybe left 2, something like that, yeah. Something like that. Okay, so now on mobile we don't need it, so we basically have to remove this, when we're going away from the medium view. So what we're going to do here is to basically set hidden medium block. So that means we can only see it on medium devices upwards. So can we reduce this thing a bit in maybe medium? It's too large. This can be large. It's fine. So in medium though, I think I can just do 90. Not bad. Or 80. So I think we actually 90 is fine. Yeah, just a little bit of stuff. Okay, fantastic. Yeah. So with that, we've come to. Let me confirm that. But yeah, we've come to the end of the first section. So let's go into the why choose us. This would be a very interesting section, but there are lots of moving parts. Okay, so let's build it. All right, so let me put this proper implementation on top. So I'm gonna close this out. So page, WhyChooseUs, open it up. So now we understand that we basically have 2 sections here. So one on the left and the other on the right. So most of these components are not even, like reused anywhere else. So they are more like static, static components and so on. Oh, I kind of made a mistake while actually naming all this stuff, but I think it's understandable. I normally like, suffice it with section and stuff like that, but I think that will suffice, for today. Okay, so let's do. So we have a div. So basically have like 2 divs. So the first one is the first image. So we have the source /images /choose us png. So let's say, right, so how are we basically, is that the actual name? I'm not sure about it. Choose us.png. Oh, that's actually very correct. So the other divs is we actually have like a title, and oh, I think we should create an header. Yes. So let's create a reusable header. Then we can reuse easily. I'm going to close this out. Come on, I'm going to just create a new file. I'm going to call this header.tsx. So header is going to take in some props, just a title description. Title there. Title there is a string, and description there is a string. So there's just going to be a block of paragraphs. So the first one that goes in would be the title. The second one that goes in will actually be the description. Right, so the title basically have text primary. Right, so let's give you the exact configuration. I think it has font semi-bold. And this is the text, right? So text is 28 pixel. And likewise, we have the other part, right? So it's actually text black and 58 pixel and font bold. Okay, so now we basically have to worry about how this will look like on smaller screens. Text maybe 3XL, maybe. Yeah, something like that should be fine. Okay, so WhyChooseUs, the very first thing we see is the header. So we basically have to import it. So the title here, title here is actually WhyChooseUs with a question mark. And the description we have is plan your trip with us. Going to have that included right there. So let's see what we have so far. Ooh, nice. Let's see it on mobile. Ooh, nice, good. I think it looks so decent on smaller screens. Okay, so let's work on this part. And what I'm going to do quickly is it's very easy. So let's make sure that we just use flex column gap of 8 md flex row. Fantastic, yeah. That should just position all these things for us basically, and we want to just justify between, by the way. Nice. Is it justify between or space around? No. So why we do it justify between is when we are coming back later to basically add some spacing in all of these components globally. So we basically had the MX there. So there's no point, spacing around at this stage because that will lead to lots of inconsistent font padding, I think. All right, so let's do this. All right, so what we have here is what I'm going to do. I'm just going to create the data. So let's call this the choose us one data. All right, so just choose us data. So we're going to have a couple of stuffs. So we're just going to have the icon. We're going to have the title, and we're going to have the description. right? So we have the icon, we have the title, then we have the description. And let's pre-fill all of them. And that will save us stress later down the line. Title, and there's the description. I think they all the same thing. That's crazy. But the only thing that changed is actually the icon. So slash images, slash the first one. I don't know, did we actually export this? That's scary. I doubt. We didn't. So let's export all of these shapes. So we can actually export it alongside the what's it called? The shadows if we want, but that would just make it a little bit bigger. But that's fine. So I'm going to just label this with C or something. Let me delete the rest. So call this C1. So export this. So we're going to call this C2. And finally, we have the last one. This should be C3. Okay, so let's get our project, drag it into it. So we already know what we want, C1, C2, C3. So C1, C2, and C3. So that's actually all our data. So let's design the actual thing. So what we want to do is we can actually have the choosers data dot map. So let's use item. We have index. So we can now have it there. So ideally, we're going to have this structure, and in this structure, we're going to have the image there. So item, not items, just a single item. So item dot icon. Right, and that's the first image we'll have. And secondly, we have a div with blocks, item title, and we can just duplicate this, and it's going to be item dot description. Fantastic, yeah. So now, one thing we do here is that we can just say, okay, this is actually a flex item, and the gap here is 8. Right, so we can do that for the initial one, and also we basically have to give this a proper kind of font width. So let's see the actual font width here for this. This is actually 28 font medium. Medium or semi-bold, wherever I choose, it doesn't really matter. This is basically, I can just do test secondary. Don't worry about it. Right, so let's see what we have. Okay, we have very cool stuff. Right, but I think the color here is different, to be honest. Right, so I think what we can do is So we can click on this, right? So you just click on that little stuff. So you're going to have this. And one thing, we want to bring our opacity down to about like 70. So like 70% around that range, I think. That should just work. Please work. All right, so here we go. Okay, so let's fix. Okay, before we fix that, let's fix the scattered stuff first. Let's go. Want to do item center. So the gap seems to be too much. Maybe just two, or no gap at all, because the image itself contains some sort of surrounding shadow. So that alone actually takes lots of the pixels. And I think we can just forget about the gap altogether. Okay, so there we go. So what we want to do here is we want to make sure that everything here is under a singular div. Good, good, good. Right, so the WhyChooseUs and this stuff, I think. It's two-way to the other side. Looking so strange. Let's see what's happening. What's pushing it? Okay, so this is actually the justify between. Yeah, lots of space in between. I think we might actually want to try space around. Yeah, something like that. So in the header, let's do the bottom to a bit. 3. Okay, so that just works. And one other thing that I think is very relevant is the spacing between the components, right? So we can actually do this in one singular place without having to do it multiple times, by converting this into a flex item, flex column. And what we want to do, we want to specify a very large gap in between. So that would be our gap. So the gap should be able to apply if everything works as expected, which it doesn't for some reasons. Okay. Let me just phrase this. Not sure. It's not coming in. Gap ithran. Flex column. WhyChooseUs. Let's move that a bit. Now it's working. Strange. For some reason, the margin top actually kind of. Yeah, so the margin top should just be my. What was the exact margin top? 16? my 16. Yeah, something like that, yeah. Good, good, good. All right. So let's get the other section, the other part, which is this one. So this whole part. Or should we add this to the bottom of the actual thing? I think that's something we can do. All right, so we can just add it to the bottom, but I think it will not be aligned properly. Can I just take it to the left or whatever? I think we can do that, yeah. So if we do that, it's going to spin off, yeah. So let's see what we can do. Okay, back to hero section. Not hero section, WhyChooseUs. And after this, we just want to create get our images /images/. So I think the first one was plain.png. So let's add the Auth. So we can just, I think we can hide these smaller screens. Right. So, but then what we want to do is we want to give it some sorts of, margin to the left and stuff like that. Yeah. If we make it absolutely positioned, which I'm not against, that would have been better because you can easily just take it to the right. But then let's see if there's a way we can use, since it's definitely a flex item, we can do item baseline. Does that work? No. All right, doesn't work. So let's do items. Where are the options? Come on, don't do this to me. Okay, so we have the end. Let's see if that works. It's like doing self end or something like that. Self end. Self baseline. None of these guys are working. So with that, I'll just basically have to make it absolute positioning and position that properly. So let's do this, and then what we can do is that we can make this guy relative, right? And then we can combine it and make this one absolute, right? 0. Now that is even strange. Oh, right. Okay, basically starts from there. Oh, I understand. I think that's the way it is in actual design. That's it. Oh, I think I'm getting tired and hungry. That could be the reason why I'm having too many judgments in a single go. All right, so let's go. We have that, and I think what next we can do is to be able to work on these guys. Right. So let's build this up. Okay. So this is actually the WhyChooseUs part 2, or if you want to call it that. So I'm gonna copy all of these and paste it here. So let's call this. So this is a section, and as the first pasting, so paste it in here. So we basically have the second one here. So what we did was to basically make a duplicate. Alright, so we basically have our header, and the header says the same thing but different description. So we're gonna paste that in there. And one other thing, to consider at this stage is the other stuffs, right? The fact that this is actually on the left. All right, so flex row reverse, I should do it. All right, so then we have this lengthy text. So after the header, so we basically have to paste that in there. So let's do my8. Good. So let's get our both in here. Okay, so we need the text for this. So the text says about us. Okay, so we have to close it. So the width is like 1, the width of the button is like 273. Let's fix that. Mm-hmm. 273. Something weird. Show why that ain't working. Or is it too big? Oh, I was meant to make it smaller. Mm-hmm. Something like that. Maybe a little bit reduced. So let's do 190 or 150. Yeah, something like that should be fine. Okay, so now we have the header, we have the text, we have a button, and this guy. Okay, so we just have item value, item value, item value. So we can do this in an array. So we're going to call this our stats. So I think we should stick with one casing. All right, so we have item and value. So item and the value is 12. The item is years experience, like years of experience, I think. So the other item is detention, collaboration. Obviously, these are just dummy tests. Not sure what is that. And lastly, we have the satisfied customer. So we take it in here and take the remove the D, and this is just going to be 67 plus. Right, and yeah, so with that we can basically structure our stats. So remove all of this. So what you basically just have is the actual value and then the title. So I think we can move this. So you can do item dot the value, and we have the item here. So let's style this. So over this, we have 58. And board, and also here secondary. So MB3, 3 should just work fine. Okay, so let's check if there's any error in the console. Oops. Where is this coming from? So let's clear this and refresh. Okay, so no error, no significant error. All right, so we have all of this. Seems like it's too pushed. It's pushed way too down or something. So we can do MB1. Right, MB1 or nothing, as the case may be. Yeah, so let's just try to align it. And then, okay, so everything here is in here, so we don't need this. Maybe more gaps, I think. Good. So this item here is not the actual one. So we want to replace it with the actual context. So not sure what this is, but I think we named it the choosers 2. Let's see choosers _2. Good. Okay, so we can do this same thing we did in the other one, but we can just make sure we separate it. Justify around doesn't seem to work. Now that is weird. Let's do between. Around should just work. Okay, it could be because of the length of this text. Okay, flex column justify around. Yeah, so item center. Right, so I think this makes sense if you think about it realistically. All right, so let's leave this the way it is now. We'll come back to it in a moment. Right, okay, not looking bad. So come back for the final, restructuring. Okay, so we have this other section. So we want to start building this part out. All right, so as I was saying, we're going to basically just continue off, from here, basically, right? So we have, our own setup, and let me try to refresh this. Seems the images are not coming in as expected. This could be due to some network issues here and there. Okay, still waiting for the images to load. Now it's not loading. Okay, so there we go. All right, so let's get the testimonial section up and running, right? And so ideally, what we basically have here is very similar what we already have here, but there are lots of variations. So it's actually wise for us to just build this entirely from scratch. So that's what we'll be doing. I'm just going to grab the header here, copy that, and I'm going to close this up. Close that out and testimonials. Right, so first off, we have the headers. So basically, I have to import it. And the header here is what our clients say. I think there's a typo there. what our client says. Yeah, that makes sense. The description is client testimonial, right? So beneath the this stuff, we basically have some other kind of positioning some items, right? So let's do that. So we're gonna just create a div here. So we have a created div, and first off, let's create another one. This one should house our image slash images slash the client say. So let's see if we already have that image. The testimonial. Right, and review our image, something like that. So, and then we have on the right, close to this, right? So what I really want to do is I want to have two elements, right? So this one and a different one. So which would be this particular setup. So this will basically have like a name. Okay, so let's just do it. So it's going to have the name here, which is Mac. Right, it's going to have the row C of XYZ company, and it's going to have its own actual review. So I'm going to copy this ipsum review and paste it right in there. And one thing that is actually peculiar here, if you can see it, is actually just it's the same thing, nothing too crazy. So here we can actually get the text size, which is this, right? So we can just do text. So we'll paste that in there. Don't forget the pixel. And the font here can actually be, I think, semi-bold, but it says regular. That's fine. But companies, is this bold or semi? This is medium, so semi-bold. Alright, so text here is 24 pixels. So font semi-bold. And so what we're going to do here, we're just going to obviously, can do 1 or 2 and MB for my button 4, right? So let's see what we have. So in all of this, it's going to have a background of white, right? So it's going to have a background of BG white, and don't forget there's this stylish coloring, primary color on the left. So it's actually a border. So border, how wide is that border? So let's hover over that. That's 10 pixel wide. 10 pixel wide, so that's a huge deal. So border width is actually 10 pixel, which is the same thing as this. So you can now do border primary. So that should do it. And also the side we're targeting is just the left, not the entire border. So what we do is we'll do border left. So border left. That should put everything in as the border left. So border left width is 10 pixel and so on. Actually 10 pixel seems to be too thick. So you can do 5 for now. Let's see. Half of that. Yeah, I think something like that. Something like 5 is fine, or 6. Let's eyeball it properly. 6. 7. Alright, so let's keep it at 7. And yeah, so the padding in between PS can be 4 so that we have proper paddings. So PY on the other end Let's see how what we have. Oh, py is huge. So px and py, they are actually quite huge. So this actually would be for px for md px16 py8 md py32. Something like that, yeah. Hope it's not too big. I think it is too big. So let's do system. Something like that is fine. Is decent enough, yeah? So yeah, something like that is just decent. So that would be this code that we have here. So we can put it within here, right? So let's make sure that, oh, this actually text primary is actually text primary. So that's text primary, and there you have it, right? So we have, oh no, shit. Oh no, no, no. So the second is actually text primary and not the first. I'm going to take this off from there and put it here. Yeah, from the looks of it, it doesn't seem to be even bold like regular from the actual text. Yeah, something like this if you look at it well. That's all I can see. All right, so it seems it's closer to the top, than the actual thing. So margin top might just have to remove that. Yeah, so it's closer to this than to this from the actual design. All right, good for us. Do we have any border? I doubt. No, we don't. Everything is all squared, so it's really understandable. So I'm not going to be implementing this functionality, so I'm just going to grab the actual icon and add it within the page since I'm not really using it. I'm gonna group it, export. You can actually check my previous lessons on how you can actually create your own carousel. So I've done it in the previous tutorial. You guys can just check it out. So go to preview, and okay, so let's select this one. So we basically have to select everything. Okay, we have to select everything. Okay, Ctrl G to group and export. So this is it. So we don't like the effect. There's some sort of drop shadow effect around it, which is so weird. I don't like that. So let's look for a way to remove those drop shadow. I'm not sure. Shadow is so weird. I don't want it to be there. That inside, outside. Very strange thing. Okay, so let's see. Let's see first. If it doesn't really look good, look for a way to basically crop it out. But I can just Auth this one out from here. Okay, so I'm going to select it and select this, and let's say there's actually a field to detach instance. Ooh, it's not there. Some reason it's not there. This shadow still goes alongside it, which is weird. How do we take that shadow off? That's a weird one. Very weird thing. Okay, so let's stick with the previous approach. Let's see if there's a way we can basically, take this off. And if it looks good, then we can actually keep it. But if it does not, we'll look for ways to basically just, manipulate it and do stuffs. Okay, so let's see. We're going to call this our arrows. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to In here, just drag it in. And that would be our arrows, by the way. All right, so we already have plain down. We have our arrow. Let's just put them, on top of the entire thing. And then they basically need to have the absolute position, if you ask me. Yeah, they have to. Okay, so we're gonna put this on top of this one. So let's create it. Okay, so let's grab this one. Basically need to put in two things there, right? Let's put this one first. So testimonials, arrows, let's check them out. I'm not saying it. Arrows.png. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right, so we have the arrows, and we need the plain down as well. Plain down. Okay, so plain underscore down. Oh, plain, right? Yeah. So I missed the E there, I think. So plain down. So this should give us a plain down image. Okay, plain down to testimonial reviewer. Okay, so now that we have these two here, so let's group them together. We can take them all and put them within here. So what I want to do is to do flex, justify end or something. Put it towards the end there. So actually it's just maybe flex colon. So flex colon. Okay, so I think this has been pushed upwards for some weird reason. Let's do flex colon first. Oh, flex colon. Yeah, I see. Flex colon. Let's see. All right, so you can just do items and justify and items end, right? So items end should shift it to the end, right? So let's look for, from the design, it's actually like, okay, we can take this down, maybe take this left a bit and so on and so forth. So we need to give it some gap in between. So glue gap 16. All right, so, and also, yeah, so from the looks of it, yeah, so we can push this one to the right a bit. So let's push that guy to the right. And the way we can do that, you can just do it manually this way. Margin right 7 rem. Okay, so let's continue that, I think. Okay, well, these guys will actually be absolutely positioned, by the way, so they're not going to be much of a problem. Right, so so there we go. So let's try to refresh this. Okay, good. Okay, so it will actually be where are we? All right. So now the next step is we basically have to make sure that this card is actually interfacing with the actual image, right? So let's see if we can do that. Let's interface the card with the actual image. All right, so this is the actual image here. Arrows, no, not really. This is the testimonials. This is the one, and this is going to be our card. Right, so this is our card. So what we want to do is to make sure that our card and this, I don't want to do it like position absolute. That's just a very weird way to do it, but I think we can just class name empty8. Come on now. All right, let's refresh that. Okay, so basically I have to close up one, so that's why it was having some weird issues. Right, so what we want to do is, okay, so I think it's best we make it relative, yeah? Make this relative, and what we want to do is to make sure that we push this guy inside of it, inside of this particular relative element. You can leave it there. You can now do absolute, right, and can do top 30%. Top 30%, and then we can now do right. So we already have top 30% now, yeah? So let's do right. Right can just be 5, yeah? So it's just very close to the edge, if you ask me. So right 0. That's strange. What about left? Because that currently is actually in the left position. It needs to move away from there. We need to be at the right spot of things. And this is not good. Do 5 rem. Alright, so margin left. Right. Let's do it. So for some weird reason, it wasn't really moving the way it's supposed to move, which I see very weird, right? So could it be because we're on a separate territory? Let me take this and put it within the actual stuff. Let's put this relative flag. Let's put it here. Could that have been the reason? Right, 0. That definitely is not the reason why. The reason why it's just so damn stubborn, yeah? Alright, so let's see if we can actually push it. But one worry here is for smaller screen, it might be really problematic. Let's say. There should be ways for us to basically, make it work. 16. So do margin first, maybe like 50% first. Okay, maybe do 30%. Okay, so let's do this. Oh, percentage is not really that cool because I think it moves the card way too in, which I think is a problem, honestly. But it's actually very responsive if you think about it. It's very responsive, to be honest. Yeah, so I think I could minimize this. Right, it's not good. It's not good. So some devices just going to, die off. So what we can do there is we need to do maybe like 15 rem. This is only for like, I think large devices. 25 rem. 35. Okay, 30. So Telegram should be very close. Okay, good. Is this the same thing? The same, yeah. So we'll match it. Yeah, let's see it for a small screen. So it's still see. You can see now that it's still very much, okay. But when it becomes like way smaller and smaller and smaller, it's going to drift off, right? So small screen, we don't even want to like display this kind of effect, right? So we just want to make it, its own actual element. It's not going to be absolute anymore, right? So absolute is for medium devices and large. So it's just going to appear as is in medium device. And also, we want to make sure that it's to the left. So the M left is actually for the medium as well. So the top is for the medium. Yeah, you get a point, yeah. So if it's just a small device, just going to break down like this, and we're able to see the actual person as well as the review that the person left. So it's completely fine. Yeah, so we have this very responsive. All right, so this makes sense a lot in the sense that we already have what we want. All we want to do is to position these guys at the top. So let's do that. And here they are. So let's do absolute 0. Okay, so top 0 basically means, yeah, because none of this parent basically has a relative flag. So let's set one of the parent to be relative, which is, I think, this one here. So this can actually be relative. So we're not going to put it within this. So we can put it right below here. So that should still work. Where are you? Oh, there we go. Look at it here. So just want to take it to the right. How to take it to the right. So how we take it to the right is basically just do right 0. This will take it to the farthest right. Right. So yeah, something like that. Yeah. So we just have that, and I think to the top a bit. Maybe top. We need to do some negative top here to top 8. To push to the top 16. Okay, so for now I don't think we'll be needing this in mobile, so it's okay for it to just vanish on mobile. So on desktop we can have it and play around with it. So I think we can still push this all the way to the top. Yes, so all the way to the top. Top 32. Let's see. Good. All right. So we basically have those at the top. We just disable them. Yeah, they don't really do anything. And yeah. So now we need to be able to, the header should be far a little bit away from what we have. So let's do that. So margin top can actually just be 16. Okay, good. All right. So now we have the testimonial section looking dazzling. Yes. So now let's get straight to the, the subscription, right? So the newsletter section. So I'm just going to close this out. Close this. React should be on top. Right, so newsletter section. There we go. So here we basically have to build out this particular form, right? So, all right, so we'll just quickly build this part up, and we should be good to go. Right, so let's get it. We'll just basically have a div, and we have a p tag, and this is going to be the title. We'll grab everything and paste it right within there. And I think we just have a subtitle basically. So those are the two things. Okay, so the first one actually have semi-bold 58. 58 pixels, so you can do this for medium, and for small devices you can just do text 2XL or something like that, and font semi-bold. All right, so this can actually just be secondary. What do we have? Yeah, so let's take this away from the top. I think they actually like, the center to center. It's all right. So it's actually text centered, and oh, sorry about that. I missed something. Oh, text secondary. Then text center. The same thing, right? You want to make sure that this is actually centered as well. Right, so doing that gives us enough leverage, yeah? So we can now say, okay, let's take this one down a bit, MB4. Let's see their design. Yeah, something like that, yeah? MB6. Right, so one other thing that I need to work on is the input, right? So, okay, so should I work on this before doing the input? Right, so let's do completely this fine. This is relative. So let's do the first div. These are image, specify your source. Right, and do not forget, add your auth text. And then close it out, yeah? So now this would be the actual image, right? So this would be the plain left. Plain, right? Spell images / plain left. I hope that's the name I actually gave to it. Definitely. So do the same thing, but this will actually be plain right. Plain right, right? Okay. So what we want to do, let's make sure that the planes are coming in as expected. Oh, they are not. Oh, you missed it, yeah? The file extension.png, I missed it. I did. All right, so we have the plane left and the plane right. So we have to position it absolutely, which is completely fine. So what we want to do is do absolute left 0, then top 0. Right? This is it. That's the same way it is on the design. So what we want to do is to make sure we do the exact opposite, for the other image. Position is on absolute right 0 and top 0. Okay, scroll all the way down and something is missing. So this is right 0, top 0. So right 0 doesn't work. Why? Let's make sure the width here is full. Some are not detecting. Oh, it's definitely now. So basically I have to specify the width to be full or something like that. Yeah, so that is completely fine. So we have it now. And I think we should remove these when they are on the mobile setup. I don't know what you guys think, but normally it's actually always a problem to have, absolute elements on small devices. It's very weird, except for small items. Basically, you don't want to do that. Okay, so yeah, makes it look clustered if you do something like that. So now let's add our button. So first off, I think we already have the input component from Shadcn. So we just want to be able to create the input and do whatever we want with it. So let's do it. Div input value can actually be anything here. So on change, we can tie it to something. So let's import it from component, your input value So you just do this const email set email, and we have the use state here, and then by default it's just going to be empty. So make sure you import this from React, and on change, right, just going to basically have whatever we have here, right? Go to set email to e dot target the value, right? So this will actually just do that for us, and then we can now put email here as the value. All right, so let's see what we have. Let's see the kind of input we have. So since we're actually using use state, definitely we have to convert this component to a client component. Yes, so let's do that. As we arrange this import a bit, and we want to do use client. Good. All right, so you can actually refresh this, and what we should be seeing at this stage is, I think, the input, the actual input. Yeah, there we go. Ooh, that's our email, right? So we can actually do some sort of result validation or whatever, but I think it will just suffice for now. We don't really care much about what it does, right? So I think it takes in type as well. Type, can just specify email, and so on, right? So so the color, the background color is this 50%, which is crazy, right? So let's do it. Class name bg, paste that in there, hashtags. So since we already have it now, I want to reduce the opacity to, I think, 50%, right? So something like 50%, around that range. And let's see what we have. Yeah, something like that. And we have so basically I have to increase the height of this input, right? So let's do height. Let's make it big, 100 pixel. Ooh, I didn't say let's make it the biggest input in the planet, right? I just wanted a very decent input. So let's do 50 now. And okay, so let's do 60. Okay, 60 is fine, right? If it's able to contain our actual button, it's completely going to be fine. So we can just do class relative here. We're going to have our button. Main button. So the text here is actually equal to, the placeholder, we forgot about this. So let's add it here. So the placeholder, you enter your email. So let's go. So the text there is actually subscribe. So we can specify our classes. All right. So let's see. The width is not that much. The width is like 207 pixel. 200 pixel. Let's try that and see. Okay, so something like that, yeah. Looks way too big for me, so let's do 150. Okay, yeah, something like that just works. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to wrap this in a div and put it within that div and make this div an absolute position element. So we're going to do absolute, going to do top 0, right 0 for now. Okay, so we're going to do something like top 4, top 2, 3, top 2. Okay, so I think I need to increase this height a little bit. Maybe let's do 70. Okay, so top 2 and maybe top 3. Okay, so that is almost very decent, right? So we have to limit it to the width of this something, right? It's like 936 as a maximum width. So what we're going to do, we're going to just do md max width. But let's just do 600 pixels for now and see the behavior. Okay, so let's do the right. Sorry about that. I need to Right, 4. I want to push this button in a bit. Let's say, yeah, basically have to be pushed in. Okay, not that one. Sorry about that. This one. So right, 4. Okay, yes, something like that, I think. All right, 3. Yeah, something like that just works. Be able to click on the button, can be able to do whatever you want with it. So it makes serious sense. So what I'm going to do, we need to position this at the middle. So that's the maximum width, and justify center. Not sure if this will work. This is actually a relative element now. Yeah, it might not work. So yeah, so I think specifying it here is going to, basically, so first of all, let's assume a BG red. Let's debug with this 500. Let's see our background at the moment. Oh, it's only confined to this, yeah? So we need the entire something, right? So something that's, so let's put that same background here and see what we have. Right, so BG red, scroll the way down to 500. Right, so let's do random text. Good, so this now should be able to position. You can now do flex, justify center, should be able to position everything within it in the middle. So we can actually bring this one and put it right within here. Should be able to position it technically. All right, so since we were able to do that in a very weird way, and maybe we might want to remove the max width away from here a bit. Let's see what this would give us. So I've taken off the max width. Yeah, we have to obviously specify a width in this case. Let's do width full. Does that work? Oh, it does work. Okay, so I'm going to undo. The width is going to take the entire width of the container, but we're going to have a max width. All right, makes sense. Okay, so we need to take this away from the top a bit. So how we're going to do that is to basically do empty, maybe 16. Let's see. Okay, is that too much? I think maybe empty 12. Okay, interesting. So let's see how this looks on mobile. It's going to be very good. So it's actually working as expected on our actual mobile. Nice. Okay, so now finally we want to be able to travel around the remaining part of this lesson by walking through the actual footer. All right, so let's get to this last part. Right, so let's see how we can quickly do this before we move on to something else. Right, so we're done with it. We can close that out. The list section that is remaining, go to source, components, sections, not landing, okay. Footer, okay, nice, interesting. Okay, so for some reason, I'm not sure what was here before, but there was nothing under Instagram. That's so weird, right? So since we have nothing, we can as well just take it out and I'll just update this design so when you guys are working on it, it's actually easier for you guys. So I'm not sure how well to position this, but does this work? If this works for everyone, that's completely fine. So we can do this. And all right, so let's build it. All right, so the first one, we have the first section of it, and this just have a paragraph, right? You just have a paragraph, and this is the name, more like the logo we have. It has a description. This is the description. Right, so every text here by default is going to be white, and BG is just going to be primary. All right, and also we have like a list of social media icons. All right, so let's grab each one of them. MJ source slash images slash, you have some weird unique names, I think. Images, and the first one was Facebook, right? I think it's this one. So just going to grab the name there, .png, social icon, social. So let's duplicate this for the other apps. So images, the first one is Facebook, the second one is LinkedIn. So LinkedIn, and lastly we have the Twitter, right? We have Twitter now, X, by the way. So Twitter, right? So there we go. All right, so let's see if we have those. Yes, coming in as expected. So the text says like 34 and it's bold. Okay, so this other one is just normal text. You can leave it as is. So yeah, margin top is just 4, margin bottom can actually be 8. Okay, good. All right, so we have the left section ready, I think, for the most part. So the part that isn't ready is the right hand section. So let's see how we can, how we can actually bring that into. I think it would be a good idea if we align this, but it's fine. Let's just stick with what we have on the extra design. Okay, so let's do this is the first one. So let's do the second one. Okay, so let's close this. So we have this, and so we have a title. I'm just going to encode all of this today, not really. So I could put this in some sort of an array or whatever to get what you want, but today is not that day. Just feel like doing it like this today, because there's not much to do here. So font here is going to be semi-bold, right? And just going to copy all of this. Authors, indentations, services. So our blog, and then I think we have the contact us here. So let's do this flex colon 4 empty 4. Let's see what we have here. Yeah, something like that there. Pretty decent here. Maybe the size of this is actually 28. Nice. Don't forget to include your pixel there. Good. So let's do the same thing for contact. I think contact basically has some icons to it, by the way. So I'm going to just duplicate this and paste it in here. Contact. Paste is in there. And okay, so now we're gonna use divs, right? So now because we basically have like an image, and also we basically have like a p tag. So you might actually be wondering why I'm wrapping this image tag in a div. Yes, this is a very crucial step for you to take. If you don't want to have some weird behavior, sometimes your image have this kind of skewing effect, right? That is not really like it doesn't really contain, it doesn't cover the entire pixels, so it will look squashed. So by default, image doesn't really have like a block scope. It's not a block scope. When you wrap it around a div, which is a block scope, it becomes a block scope. So this is actually the very unique way for you to keep track, of whenever you're using images, for you to be able to know that, oh, I basically have to wrap it, in a particular div or in a particular scope, so that it can be able to display properly across all screen sizes. All right, so let's do /images slash. So I think that's actually location. Yeah. So let's see if we have anyone. Location. I can't see any location. Okay, it could be maps and flags. Yeah. Okay, so let's use that one. It's just maps. Let's get a name. Go in here. That's PNG. Location icon. All right. So what do we have in the P? So the P is basically like the text. So you can take this off and take the rest off, by the way. Class name here can be flags, gap can be 2, items can be center. All right, let's see what we've been cooking. Nice, right? Nice. So we'll do the same thing similarly across the other part of things. So we're going to do my job and so on. So let's grab this, paste here. So the icon here though is actually the phone call something, call underscore icon. So it's just a phone number. We'll grab it and we'll paste it right within here. And also we can just grab the entire div here and do the last one. Oh, the same phone number. Well, I think this can actually just be Travelscape. So it could just be something like support. Yeah, something like this is better. All right, so that would be the email we'll pass in here. And what we have here is actually, I think is the envelope. All right, so I think with that we have it, and we just have to position, right? So what is left now is just actual positioning. So first of what I would do is we need to be able to, so that, okay, this and this needs to be in the same container. So we can flex it out. Definitely. So grab the two of them. Place them within a container. And this container, we can give them like flags justify between with full, right? With full. All right. So, right. So, but one thing, right, is like, well, I'm not going to do justify between. We're just going to give it a gap because they're actually quite close when you check it out. So they are close from the design. And maybe we can do 32. Right, maybe we can do 32. And yeah, that should almost be decent. Yeah, so at the same time, we have to make sure that it's in line with what we have on top, right? Okay, so let's spread it out. So when we check in a more like a very smaller dimension, we're going to have the appropriate positioning. But then this one does not change. So let's fix that. So you just want to do md flex raw. So that should fix it. Okay. So I think the gap is too much. It is just decent for mobile, I think. Okay, good. Right. So now what was missing is this bad guy. So we have this guy still missing. We have to put it in the right spot. So we paste it in there. And alright, so let's just not evenly but center. Okay, this would be outside. So I have to wrap the entire thing around it. Okay, so you take it, just take both and cut. So we just want to, encapsulate the entire thing within a single container. So let's see what we have. Okay, good. All right, so we can just do some py here, sustain. Good boy. All right, so it seems it's actually coming in as expected, right? Which is good. So one other thing we might want to fix is these planes coming, at the top of the, container, right? So let's fix that. So ideally, this is going to be under source, up, then page. All right, so we can do. We can do that. Okay, or we cannot. This might be part 16 already, so it doesn't make much sense. So let's wrap this in a div. And all right, so let's try this out. It's not moving. Weird. So let's try pattern top. Okay, that did move. Okay, so let's do 48. Okay, nice. Scroll down. Okay, mobile is just way too big, so we can do. And just do PT4 on some more devices. Okay, so let's do our PX. So this is just me adding some patterns to, the global, all the components we've added here already. So that way you don't need to basically start doing them bit by bit, which will be stressful. Okay, so far So good, right? And okay, so we need to reduce the leading in this part. That's 0. And the leading in the first test, top absolute. I think the leading here. Okay, so let's just do that. Should be for um that should be for large devices. Okay, and this one there should be some gap in between. Nice. Okay, I think the text there is actually white, so let's do that. Where are you? Okay, subscription as newsletter. So make it semi-bold. Should be white, I think. Is it 2XL? Okay. Exactly what we have here, I think. Something like this should just work. Then you can subscribe. Okay, so we basically need to move on into the other part. Yeah, so we can basically just build this and integrate the actual endpoint. Okay, so let's build the login part of things. Yeah, so I'm really excited about this one because we'll actually be using Next 14 several actions to basically try to log us in and be able to communicate with actual API that we develop on the backend. So now, what I'm going to do, I'm just going to try to design this model first. Yeah, I think Shadcn has a very similar model. Shadcn dialog, I think. So just gonna click on that. Yeah, something similar, something like this. Yeah, I think that's exactly what I need. There's some, I think some basically has some sort of validation or something like that. Right, there was some sort of validation. I don't know if it was this one, but let's see. With Zod and all those things. With dialog. Okay, so it would have been nice if we have Zod validation here. Wanted to just validate and do stuff. But it's fine. It's basically very simple for us to do, and I think that basically uses Formic, right? It uses Formic to validate user responses. Yeah. So I don't know if we should be doing that in this lesson. I didn't plan for that specifically. But what we can do, let's grab all of this first. First off is like, okay, the loader, right? So the loader. So what will happen is a user can actually click on the get started, right? So when a user clicks on the get started, we want to open up a modal. So that's the first point of contact, right? So this is the way we're going to do it. We're going to be able to achieve it with this dialog event, right? So I'm going to copy this code and just grab all of this. We might not use all of them, but let's just grab all of them. And I want to go to a page. I'm going to go to hero page. I think, yeah, exactly. So, and paste all of them here. UI label. Oh, no, I don't want to be needing the label. It's not really priority. So we have a dialog. We can wrap can wrap the trigger in an actual dialogue, and then we'll just add the dialogue. So what I normally do, I abstract all of this, but due to time constraints right now, I might not be able to do that. So I'll just, paste the entire thing in, and yeah, use the main button as the actual main trigger. So I'm going to take the main button, I'm going to just put it here. So that would be what will trigger this part of the form, right? So we can just remove this label, and yeah, let's see what we have here. That should give us a very pretty. So just to mention, once you pull from start to branch, you already have access to some of this component, right? So like dialogue, right? Because it has already been installed, right? So if you don't have it, you basically have to install it with this command: nps shadcn latest add, add dialogue, right? So let's click on this. Oh, you can actually see we have our modal. So now what we want to do is we want a situation where we want to be able to, display this form, right, in a very, very unique way. So we have the title, we put it at the center, and so on and so forth. Yeah, so we have the email, and so I think we should install the label. The label is actually very important. Yeah. Okay, so let's do this. How do we install the label? It's very easy. You can go to label, and you can go to here, go to npm, just click on npm, and what you want to do is you want to open up, just spin up a new terminal and paste it in. So this should start downloading your label automatically. So on the average, it doesn't take time. So within 10-15 seconds, it should be well downloaded if everything works fine. And you just want to, start using it. So when I want to import it, I can just, click on that, and it's not installed yet. So just wait a bit. Not sure why we're having the delay, but let's wait a bit. Oops. Okay, it's still installing. This could actually be a network issue. Okay, it's installed now, so we have it. So we can just import it. It's still installing. We can just, that doesn't really concern us much. We can close that up. So now let's see what our labels looks like. So I'm going to restart the server. Okay, can't resolve Redis. Okay, let me see. No. Okay, that means it's still installing. So let's see. Oh, it's still installing. This is actually due to bad network. Okay, so I think it's almost done. Let's try it again. Okay, so if you normally face issues like this, what I normally do, just restart the server. It should be fine. Come in here and restart my server. Okay, so refresh it. Okay, I think it's still compiling. Yeah, so it takes a while. And after it's compiling, it's just going to load up, I think. Okay, so let's click on get started. Now we can actually see our labels are coming as expected, but in the wrong order. So let's fix it. So label is supposed to be like on top or something, but now I'm seeing it like, it's displaying. Okay, so grid columns 4. Not sure why do you even need to use a grid column in this case. That's weird. Very weird thing. So I actually wanted this to be like a block, right? And let's see. Let's remove all of this first. Let's see the behavior. exactly what I want. Yeah. So I don't. After is just garbage. Yeah. So let's take it out, and we should just be all right. Right. So we have, in our own case, we only have the email. We have the email, and then we have the email. So and then we have the, this is actually the placeholder, right? So let's grab placeholder. No, I think that's wrong for a placeholder. It can actually be very confusing. So let's use enter your email as a proper placeholder. Yeah, I think that works best. So the type of this input is actually, email, right? So this one will actually be password. Type of this password. So we shouldn't have a default value here. So we want to give it the value we create. So we can actually go at the top. So since we are actually using use states here, we want to make sure we mark this as a use client, as a client component, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to come here. We're going to use a very basic, use state as a state manager and use it to manage our forms basically. So we have the email, we have the set email, and then we have the use state, right? So it's empty by default. Same thing apply for the password field. So we're going to just have the set password here. So just to mention, I've actually done something kind of different from this in my other videos. You might want to check that out, right? So those videos basically utilize Zod for validation. I'll show you how I do it on the back end here, but I don't just feel like doing it on the front end. But if you want to learn it, you can actually check out my previous video, especially my full stack tutorials. You see those lessons there. All right, so basically I have this email, password, and yeah. So let's look for a way to basically change all of this, both email and password. So what we want to do here is we want to just give it a value. The value we give it here is going to be email. On change is going to be set email. So we can just give it here as a target value, a target value. So that should be able to set the email as you want it to be, right? So the same thing we'll do here in password. The value, but the value will change. The value will actually be, I think, password, and it's going to be set password. Yeah, so you're going to set password to that, and we're going to actually have a button, right? So the button here in this design is actually login, is actually full width, as a matter of fact. So let's have it. So I click here, nothing happens. Oh, I'm in trouble. So let's inspect. Let's see where things are filling. Console, nothing. Oh, that's strange. That's very strange. So main button gets started to trigger all of this, but it is not. That's not a good one. So let's investigate why this is. So we have a value, oh, default value. This is actually placeholder, if you ask me. That's a placeholder, not a default value. Right, enter your email as your placeholder. Could that be the case? No, not really. So we have set email. No error in the console. No warning. Now this is strange. So marking this as a use client component should work, right? Because we already know what we are doing here. Use client. Because we are using the use state hook. Could this be the case? So let's comment out all of this and try again. This is what I call strange. So I'm just going to make a copy of the entire code and paste it in a new document. I'm going to undo this. Trace it back to the last time it worked. Oh, it worked here. It works perfectly fine here. What am I doing here that I'm not doing well? I think it's something with the input. Honestly, I think it has to do with the input, because I think that's the only thing that looks strange, to be honest. Okay, so let's grab all of them and paste it back in. So we can just close this, doesn't matter anymore. So refresh this, click on this. Okay, let's kill our input. Oh, it's not the input. It's not the input. Could it be because we marked it as use state? When you started using state here, inputs. Take away the inputs. Oh, definitely. So it started misbehaving because we started using use state, which is very weird, right? So, okay, I think it's actually very much understandable, because this is supposed to be in a separate form, as I always say, right? So what we're going to do, we're going to move this. We have a form, we have a login form, right? So let's take it there. Come to hero section, all this input and so on and so forth. This will actually be opening our form for us. Okay, so let's import the use states hook here. The label from UI, inputs from UI. Yeah, so sweet, right? So can I use the use form within here, right? So I actually just pass in the login form and then we import it. So login form will actually be a use client hook. A use client a client component. Let's see. Boom, we have it here. So that is actually how you work your way around stuff like that. So just create a new component and put everything in. So we have login as the title, and we're going to go to the hero section. So you can just put it here, right? So login as the title. Justify and send time in. my4. Right, so there's no description whatsoever, so we'll take this one off. And also we'll take all these ones off from the actual stuff. So login, and I think this is like save changes. So I think everything here basically has to go into the login form, I think. Those are supposed to be within an actual dialog, so I'm not sure if this makes sense, but let's see if it works first. Since by default we are still like wrapping around it. So let's import this. This button, forget about it. I'll fix it in a bit. Grab everything and paste it within there. So let's see what we have. Let's just bring the button in, right? I'll take it off. Let's go. Button is not defined. Refresh it. Okay, so good. So basically have this, we can close it, we can open, and so on, right? So let's get our button. The actual button we have is, it has the login text and it's full width. So page, login form, hero. So let's remove these lots from the hero. Move the button as well. Okay, so we are going to take the other button off. Right, so we're going to have that. Okay, so one of the good thing about this is actually bold. Let's not forget that. Title is bold. Let's just semi-bold. Okay, so click on here, we have this, right? Good. So one thing I think is very important that we take note of here is the fact that we have the sign up as well, right? So let's include that. So that will definitely just, trigger, like that open up the sign up mode, I think. So that is actually, I think, around here. These are for users that don't really have an account. So text. So we have the text primary, and let's say, yeah, so we just want to text right. We should take it to the right. Good. Okay, so we can be able to cursor over it and stuff like that. So now this is very interesting, yeah, because there are a couple of things we want to display there. That means we can actually display the login form at the same time the sign up form, right? So now what we want to do with the login, we want to link the actual API to it. So I'm going to introduce you guys to the documentation. This is something I will add to the actual project, right? So I will actually export it. I'll just export it and save it here. So I will add it to the actual URL. Basically, you basically have access to it. I'm just going to put this on my desktop for now, right? So I'm going to export it and send it to you guys, right? So this is actually our collection that will be powering our backend. So you can see we have the authentication flow, we have the users flow, we have the others flow, we have the transactions flow, we have the packages flow, we have the statistics flow, and so on, right? So this is what will power the entire dashboard and the entire landing page. All right. So without further ado, I'm just going to create a function that's going to try to log us in. So first of all, let's create a loading state. Loading. You can basically just come in here and do set loading is equal to use state. By default is actually false, right? So cost handle login. This function is responsible in communicating with the API to actually log the user in, right? So if email and password, so if email and password, so it's going to do something if there's email or password, and also this should be submittable. Okay, I've already added it, nice. And the way it works is when you click on it, it's going to try to trigger, right? So you can use the toast here as well. So I'm just going to close out, I'm going to pin the hero section and pin the login form and close others. So if a user is able to log in successfully, we want to save the user token and redirect to dashboard. So if everything is successful, login success. So you can come here and just create a little note. So login success, this is actually the behavior the operation will be performing, right? So on login success, we save the user token to maybe cookie by using cookie.js, and then we'll redirect the user to the dashboard, right? So I think we can actually start off with this. So first of all, we set it loadout to true. So if it's loading, you want to come all the way down here and just do set is loading. So it's loading. And scroll up, and what we want to do now is we want to communicate with the actual API. So now I've already created an API client that basically connects or communicates with our actual API. So for the Auth API, you can go to API, then there's a login API, and then there is route. So this route is responsible for logging us in. As you can see in the Postman documentation, login user, you can see we have URL / login. Yeah, so the URL points to, if I overwrite it, it points to localhost / API. So it's pointing to our localhost / API, then /login is the login route. So it works the same way you basically is like the app router, right? So it's definitely the app router. So it works the same way you structure your pages, right? That's the way the component works as well. Fantastic, yeah, fantastic. Okay, so what we want to do is we want to be able to log in, and first of all, we validate. We do some sort of backend validation, right? So we have created all of this pre-built using Zod validation, right? So we have the email, we have the password. So now I want to validate to make sure that the credentials are actually valid from the backend, right? So now when we hit this post endpoint, we should be able to do that. And then we have a little bit of a server action here, login user. If I open up the server action, it's actually marked as use server. That means the server action. So you come down to where we have the login user. Login user, first of all, connect to database. We're actually using singleton to connect to one instance of the database. Even if you do the connection multiple times, it's still going to run on one single instance. So if I open it up, it's just in a very basic singleton approach, right, that we're using here. Okay, so now that we have that, so what we'll do is we'll find the user if the user has an email, but if it does not, we'll return an invalid email. But if it does, we'll compare its password against the password of the logged in of the user, right, of that specific user in our DB, right? So if the password does not match, we say invalid credentials. If it does match, we basically generate a token that's going to last for the next 3 hours for this user. So this is actually the flow that we take on how we can, basically set it up and stuff like that. And yeah, that's basically it. And when we do this, you're going to actually see it in a jiffy, like how it works. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do const login response. Login response is equal to await. So let's make sure that this is definitely an async function. So await login API client dot post. So now what I want to do, it takes in the resource, the endpoint, and whatever. So you can do API resources dot login. It's just a slash, the basic endpoint. And what do we pass in? So we want to pass in the email and the password. Yeah, we want to pass in the email and the password. So we want to get what we have here in the login response. So login response should be able to give us something good, but let's see console.log login response. Let's just test it out first. Let's open up our inspect. If you can dog it to the right, that will be fine. Okay. So what I want to do, go to network tab, close this out, start. So let's try to log in that. Okay, nothing works, which is weird. So, okay. So we actually using the placeholder values, which doesn't make sense. So on the password, the value is password, and there's no placeholder. There shouldn't be. So it makes sense. Should work. Right. So why are we not using? Oh, it's prefilled by the browser. All right. So I think that is understandable. So when you click on, okay. So let's see. So set login, under login, yeah. So let's link it. So we pass this to the action attributes under login. So let's do that. So login, so it's actually loading and doing so, trying to log this user in. So we have 400. Oh, invalid email. Fantastic, because we don't basically have this user in the DB, I think. Right, so we don't have this user in the DB. So you can see that we are able to communicate with the actual backend. Right, so go back to the response, and I'm going to go back to the documentation and use the actual email. Grab this, and okay, so now it went wrong, but it's still loading, so which is something that we should cater for. So we need to put this in a try catch statement, right? So if you don't want to do that, you can just put in a then block, right? So it's really decent. So all right, so let's do that. So let's do try. Put everything here within a try block. So we'll catch it with any error we find. Right, so this error is going to be, it could be anything, right? So we don't really care much about what it's going to be. But one thing we do know is I want to set the loading to false whenever an error occurred. So, and also if it's successful, we want to set the loading to false maybe add it later end, since we are redirecting. Okay, so let's go again, and we're going to grab the actual. So first of all, I think we should be able to grab the actual error. So let's see, let's console log this error. Yeah, go to console. Okay, so we are not getting the error. I want it printed out. Let's go again. Error is undefined. Oh, that's crazy. Okay, so I'm supposed to have an actual error, but for some weird reason it's not coming in. So I think the way it works is if there seems to be any error, supposed to be able to error out the actual message, right? Yeah, we need a way to tell the user that, oh, you run into some error, include your details and so on. So I think we need a way to be able to process the actual backend error. So go to your post request, set sources, under sources. We don't really care much about that. So what we want to do is we want to be able to use the toast to toast out, the actual error. So undo as just error. So if there is any error, you can just toast it out. Yeah, I think we should do that here. So I'm going to go to the post. I'm going to toast out the main thing and put where is to post. Okay, so let's toaster. So let's do the toaster there. It can actually be anything for now, right? So it's actually optional. Okay, so we'll pass it to handle as just error, right? So it can actually be anything. So yeah, so what we do is we can actually use if toaster. So if toaster wants to be able to perform some operation, yes, so want to be able to like toast out and do stuff, right? So let's use toast. Look for anywhere we've been using use toast, right? So here I'm going to, okay, so this is the toast, this is the way it works and so on. So I'm going to grab this. I'm going to just paste it here. So this will be toaster, by the way. So toaster is going to take in, I don't know, man, but the actual message, which can be this error. So we can come in here and paste either this one or this one, I think, right? So just ignore the TypeScript error for now. Not really priority here, right? So do that. All right, so we have that, right? So this actually, I think we should put it in one place, but it's fine. So this will be the description of the error, and it's going to be an error toast. If there's an error, it's going to have the error toast class. I think we can do it this way. This gives us a very fantastic way of handling errors. Yeah, so you can go to the post and just specify your toaster. Your toaster is going to be from here. So toast dot whatever. Okay, so use toast and so on. So in login form, so you can actually bring in the components here. Use toast, and it's going to be this way. Toast, use toast, right? So use toast. Yeah, so you can just pass this toast into the actual request, right? You can take it that as a toaster. So this will be our toaster. So if there's any error, it's going to toast it out. So we don't really need to worry about getting it here. So let's try it out and see. All right, fingers crossed. Okay, it seems we didn't get any error, which is weird. Is toast. So toast. Okay, go to post. We have a toaster. Pass into the toaster here in the handle as just error. If toaster. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, okay. Could that be the case? I doubt. Well, let's see, yeah. Toast. Oh, toast definitely should work. I think that's actually the behavior, yeah. So let's see what we have first. Toaster is undefined. Oh, that's strange. This is an actual post request, isn't it? So we have the login. So we have the resource, we have the endpoint, we have the data, and then we have the toaster. Why is the toaster not coming up? That's a problem. Let me figure this out. Okay, guys, I later figured it out. It's actually because the toaster wrapper wasn't available in this particular component. Yeah, so I only have it in the dashboard. So I'm not going to talk about more about that because I will talk more about it later on. Right. So I actually had to add it to the hero section. Right. This way we have access to it. So whenever I click on get started and try to log in with, yes, we'll get an error from the backend. Right. So let's try to log in with an actual something, an actual credential. So let's see. I go in here, grab this email, and also let me grab the password. Grab the password. I'm just going to log in. So invalid credentials. Oh, that's strange. That's strange. Okay, let's see why that is. Thought I could log in with this. Copy that, paste it in here, log in again. Okay, seems I was able to log in. Yeah, it worked. It kind of worked. So let's go to network tab, log in. Oh, login was successful. You can see we have our JWT token. Yeah, yeah. All right, we did it. All right, so basic. All right, so definitely. So this is our response. This is the data, and this is the token. Yeah, so we can do response data token to get that token. So that's particularly straightforward. And go back to our login, and we can do this. You know, the response data token. Response.data dot token. So this should actually give us like the actual user token. So I'm going to log in one more time. So we have all the token. This is the token we'll save we'll save with our cookie. And what we want to do now is, first of all, let's save this token. And we want to do cookie store manager. I've created this. This is actually utilities that are really helpful that you can use if you want to. And add item or update item. So we need to set a key, right? So we can now do I think it's API resource. Is it API resources? Storage keys, definitely. So storage keys dot token, right? So storage keys dot token is just like a token, like text for token. Exactly. Doesn't mean anything. So I just have to put them in one file so that we can be able to manage them properly. All right, so token. So we'll just pass in this as our actual token. So we'll pass it in there. And yeah, this is going to save it to the cookie. And subsequent requests will be made from this, right? Which makes sense. So one of the things to consider has to do with the routing. So let's fix that. Const router. Use router. So this will actually be coming from next navigation. Right. I can just do. I just like to normally just do set timeout here to create some sort of buffer between the processes. Next 1 second. You want to route it push / dashboard, right? Something like that. So meanwhile, you should have set it to false at that stage. So I think we've already done all of these operations. Just let me take it at the top level. Let me take it here and put it around here. So let's check it out. So they wouldn't need to tell them successful or something, or just redirect them. They redirect them isn't bad at all. So let's refresh, clear this, get started. Okay, before I do this, I kind of noticed this title. Oh, the header is actually having wrong leading when this screen is minimized. So let's fix that. Sorry, I'm just jumping all over the place, but it's a good thing that we just see the errors and then we fix it. So this is the header. And so this is it. So we're gonna just put some leading here or some. So I think that is the title. Okay. Okay, the subtitle here. Yeah, the lady needs to be thick. Ten. So 10 is like 2 RAM. So let's do 4.5 RAM. Okay, like that. Yeah. So not sure on small devices. So want to stop that. It shouldn't be that. Should be that. Large. Okay. So that's just fine. Okay. Right. This is an extremely small device, but let's check it in. Let's come here. iPhone XE. Smooth. Nice. 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 Okay, so here though, I think we can actually sorry, I'm diverting, I know. I know. So probably we can just take in the subscribe button and take it to the bottom, yeah? What do you guys think? Yeah, I think that will just work best. So that is under newsletter. And so what we're going to do is actually from medium devices upwards. It's just a block for medium for small devices. MC can just be it. Fantastic. Or MT4 or 3. Right. So okay, so let's make this big, responsive, big. Okay, so we need a way to basically ignore this empty if it's a medium device. Can we do empty 0? Okay, we can do that. So we still have it on the mobile part. Nice, good. All right, so let's go back to the main issue. Go back here and try to, to basically sign in. Okay, so go to the login form. We have this saved, and then we try to redirect. Okay, so let's try it out. Invalid email. Yeah, definitely. So let's grab this, paste it in there. Password, paste it in there. Login. Okay, so I'm not seeing any redirection. That's not a good sign. Okay, so let's see why that is. All right, so let's see if our token is actually valid. If it's coming through. Oh, it actually did work, but yeah, let's go back. Let's click again and network tab. And let's clear out all of this. Login. Okay, so let's log in with our information. Okay, so I'm not using responsive mode, please. Okay, so let's grab the password. Login. Okay, so it's actually working, but what happened before? Right, so this is actually it logging into my account. So I'm just going to log out. So what we want to do is just not just this, but we have sign up as well. So user should be able to, run signups. So let's fix that. So what we're going to do is to do something very similar like this on sign up. So just going to name this to sign up form, I think. And the login will be to undo be register. Sign in. So we have email, password. I think we have the name as well. Yeah, so let's check the design. Yeah, so we have the name, email, and password. Nice. So what we have at its title is register. So we have register as the title here. And the name, so we just create an extra state for this. So we create a name, right? So we're going to have this set name, right? So the set name will be responsible for setting the name. Enter your name, enter your email, and HTML4 username. That's weird. HTML for name, maybe HTML for email. HTML for password, and where is it? HTML for name. Okay, that's decent. So what we need here though is it works. So you just have to put the name there. I'll put it on top to be consistent. Okay, so put a toast if you want to use a toast, fine. And if everything works as expected, give me password and name. Okay, so most of the cases you can still just, if the API is going to be validated, but we'll just run this validation just to be extra safe. So you can remove this, and then when you register, I want to check for a couple of things. We don't really care much about the token there. Let's do this response. Okay, so what I want to do now in the eRow is I should find a way to be able to toggle between the login and the register, right? So this login form, so switch. So we're going to create a state here. Okay, it's login. So this can actually be a use state. So by default, login will actually be true, right? So you can set it to whatever you want. So we can, within here, we can set it to not true, right? So yeah. So what I want to display is if it's login, we display this. Else we display something else. Sign up form, and then we'll paste in the same content within there. So let's go, and we're taking that prop, right? So it's more of a function that returns void, doesn't matter. Set. Okay, so set this. Okay, it's just setting states. The function does not return anything. So that's why we have return void right there. And when you click on this, it's going to basically just trigger. So it's going to trigger like this, and we're going to, I think, have false there. So let's give it something that it takes in a value, which is a boolean, right? Yeah, so that works now. So what I want to do is want to replicate the same thing in sign up here. So go to sign up, and what I want to do is to paste everything there. Set, come in here and on click, set that to true. Okay, so that should just give us like an idea of how it should operate. So let's rename this. Oh, you're mouthing whatever component in the row section. Oh no, whenever we change the value in the arrow, it's going to be very problematic. Now that's tricky. that's very tricky. Except we add the login form and in a separate component. Yeah, so then we'll not link the component within here. That's the only thing that will work, I think. Yeah. So let's do that. Yes. Also, we'll run into issues. So just do auth wrapper. So auth wrapper will be responsible for wrapping all the auths. So it's not going to be a big deal. So inside of the auth wrapper form, yeah, I can just create it here. Auth wrapper form .tsx. Yeah, so we can just have a little bit of something. So we can have all of this in the auth wrapper. This will be a client component, no doubt. Right, so we import the use set. And yeah, so we need to bring in a couple of other things, right? The login form and the sign-in form. So let's grab them. So grab it here, and then we paste it here, I think. So if it's login, you want to render this component. Else, you want to render the sign up. So let's try it out and see. Okay. Okay, so set. So the same thing, right? So set this prop, copy it and paste it right in here. And that should do it for the most part, right? Yes, it should. So you can remove this from the row section. We have our auth wrapper component now, interfacing login and then the sign up. Right, so let's go. We have this sign up, sign in. Okay, see how good that is. So we basically need to add the cursor there, cursor pointer. Okay, so similarly, we can have same thing in the form part, and we include it here as well. Right, and so let's check this out now. Okay, sign up, sign in. Okay, so let's try the sign up. James test whatever. Here's how this email already exists. You can see we are getting, information directly from the DB, so which makes sense. So this should be register, not login. So let's fix that real quick. Okay, so let's do it again. Do it again. All right, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to do test2 with the same password. Try to register that user. Okay. I'm not sure if anything went through or processed. Okay, so let's use a different one. Okay, so register. So register was actually successful. From here, you can see the user that was just created. Okay, it was given 100 credits, which makes sense. I will explain the, the idea behind all of this later on. Okay, so when you create it, what do you expect to see? Okay, so what I want to do, I think I should just route them to the login. Not just routing, maybe just setting this one to your login. So we basically have to toast first. So you have the response network, the response, the meta, the message. Okay, so let's have that. Response. So this actually has to be the meta, the message. So we're just going to toss this out. So name, user creation, description, right, and yeah, I think that's for the most part. Yeah. So when we basically have this, we toast it out. Toast it out like this. So okay, so not sure what subway name. Okay, so let's see how we're toasting in the other part. Oh, it's actually title. Something like this. Okay, this will be our title. This will be success toast. Okay, so let's close out and okay, so if it's successful, we want to set loading to false. Yeah, so basically I have to set loading to false, yeah. Loading to false, and we want to even take them to the login. Right, so we're not routing. Say anything in the cookie and so on. Okay, I think this would be the basic behavior. Okay, set loading true only if all the criteria are met. So let's do the same thing for the sign in, right? There's no point loading before the main thing. So let's refresh this. Sign up to a random user. Okay, user created successfully. Now it takes us to the user to basically log in. Fantastic, yeah, makes sense. Okay, so now we've actually, with this we've come to the end of actually integrating the login and the sign up part of things, right? So the other section we have to do with explaining the actual backend implementation and how the dashboard basically works. All right, welcome to the final stage, and well, I'm actually glad that you guys actually made it to this final part of this lesson, right? So now this application is in two parts. We have the front end part, which we've just built, and then we have the backend part. So the backend part basically consists of an actual dashboard where you can view your trips, right? As the name signifies, is actually a platform where users can basically order for trips and being able to pay with their Stripe credentials, right? So now they can be able to buy more, top up their credit with Stripe, and so on. So now the dashboard basically has some analytics like the total orders, available packages, total order amount, or transactions. We have a little chart here, and then we have the order list. So what I've done behind the scene was to basically create all of these components and link them to the API to make it very much easy, so that when I go through the actual server actions, it's easy for you guys to comprehend, right? So that's it for the overview. So we're just going to be creating all of this. I'll show you how it's done. So then we have the this is the the order list. This is the order view. So you can see the ID, the date, the customer name, the location, the amount, the status order, as well as the action. Maybe to copy the ID. So this is actually the total coin you have. Whenever you top up via Stripe, you are going to have some level of credits. So currently it's actually a 1-to-1 bearing. So 1 USD is equal to 1 credit basically, right? And trips basically can actually be of different credits, right? So I have a very, just to give you a little bit of bonus, I have a very cool function that I use to generate different packages, right? So generate, even if you specify 100 as value, it's going to generate random, packages for you, right? So that makes sense. Yeah, sounds interesting. So this is actually the list of all your packages. You can see all of them here, but I added an extra button somewhere around here, so you can be able to, book or, order this particular package, right? And also we have the payment history or the transaction history. So everything you do within the platform, it can actually be, is either you actually edit ordering or you're actually trying to top up. So each of them basically have their own different setup. All right, so then after, you basically have a way to be able to top up your balance. So whenever you click on this button, quick top up is going to open up this modal, and you're going to actually see that. Okay, so now I'm going to show you guys how we can go about this in terms of the backend implementation of it, and it's going to be very smooth. So go to source API. As you already know, in the app folder, create a new folder called API, and then we're going to put all our routes in here, right? So all the routes in the Postman documentation that I showed you guys earlier, they are all available here, right? So let me quickly clear my history. It's at least sluggish. So clear this is going to be very fast. Okay, so I'm going to close this, close this, close this. Good. So these are actually all the different resources that we have. We have the auth, or basically has login and logout and so on, right? And be able to create a user and stuff like that. The users on the other end basically has, if you want to get user and stuff like that. So this is actually how we structure the entire application, and it's very straightforward. So I've already demoed how the login works before. So what I'm going to start off now is packages, right? So before I start on packages, let's work on users. How can you actually create users, right? Or get users, as the case may be. So it's actually very easy. So what you do, you create a route.ts, and first of all, you run your validation. So you check if the token is valid, right? So in this validate token function, I'm actually returning back, the token as well as the user ID. So this user ID is what I now pass in here to basically get the order for that user. So if I'm able to fetch that order, I return user fetched successfully. This is just a server action. Anything I use within the route is obviously server action. So server action is just a piece of services that basically perform a specific logic, and also is usually marked with the use server mark. All right. So I think with this, I've actually explained what this part actually covered. This is actually basic stuff. So go to packages. Let's start from packages. Go to route. So here this is how we create our package, right? So there's no admin interface or anything. So I created a very cool function, generate new packages, server action, to be able to generate, random, packages, right? So if I don't have any package, right, and I call this particular endpoint, and I call this slash packages post endpoint, it's going to generate like 12 random packages for me with different trip names and so on, and images and so on. So I'm going to demo this real quick so you guys actually see it. I'm going to get started. I'm going to try to log in. So this is definitely trying to log me in, and yeah, let's have it. So now this is it. You can see some preloaders there looking good and clean, right? So I think, yeah, it's trying to load. It's still loading. So it's done loading now. You can see I have lots of credits, right? I have a lot of credits. Then you can actually minimize and maximize as well, which is cool. Let's go to packages. So allow it to load, and yeah, we actually see a list of our So all these packages that you see here are actually generated by this function. So I just use this little piece of function to generate like 12 random packages, right? So now, if you already have it generated, it's not going to generate a new one. It's just going to return this. All good, you already have packages. But if you don't, you're going to generate all this with all these different images and so on, right? So it's going to create this package, and it's just wonderful, yeah. So now I'm going to show you guys how we can actually, how the packages actually work, right? So this is how we create it, which is very straightforward. It's very easy. So in the packages server action, you have all the utility like functions for you to be able to interact. So we are using Mongoose as our ORM basically. So we can actually use Mongoose to basically interfere with the actual database. So now we already have our database and we have our models, right? So this is actually the structure of the package model. It has the name, it has the image, it has the per person price and credit, location, and so on, right? So it has all of these attributes. So these attributes are actually very important, as I actually showed you guys when I was modeling this backend using eraser.io, right? So it's actually very more straightforward. So now let's go to package. If you want to get all packages, it's just very easy. Use the find command and sort it so that you can actually have the newest on top. Okay. So if you want to get by ID, find by ID command. If you want to get total packages, just count it. So use the count documents command. If you want to create a package, use the create command. If you want to update a package, use the find by ID and update command. It's actually very basic, right? So you already know this stuff. It's just, a way for you to be able to perform CRUD functionalities with Mongoose, right? So if you know how to do this, definitely you know how to, create order and do all those stuff, right? So it's actually very much the same, right? So I'm going to show you, I think I'm done with the packages. I'm going to show you the one of, transactions. So transaction, on the other end, you can actually use the create command to create transaction. To fetch a transaction, use the find, and then sort it to get the newest on top. You can get by ID if you want. So get user to the transactions, just count it, right? Update transaction, use the find by ID and update command. You can delete if you want. So now this is actually the interesting one. We want the users to be able to check out, right? To check out credits. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to the actual application, and let's see. go to the actual application, and my balance currently is, I think, 519,910, right, USD. I'll credit as the case may be. So I want to top up, 40 to this. So I should have 519,950 if I top up 40. So let me top up real quick. So I want to top up 40, proceed to checkout. So this is going to redirect me to Stripe to pay 40 USD, because the credit to credit to USD pairing is actually 1-to-1. So it's actually very straightforward. So I'm going to enter my cancel this, and to enter the dummy card information. 40. So put is the so let's pay 40 USD. So let's do that. It's trying to process now, and yeah, we should be able to have 950, right? So that's the goal. Okay, so it's going to direct us back to the dashboard, and yeah, we want to check our balance, and we should have some good news here. We should definitely have some good news. Okay, yeah, it's trying to load. It just seems to reload once. I'm not sure about that. Boom, exactly, right? So basically, you can see that the balance is coming in as expected, right? So now I have more than enough to basically book as many orders as I want. So now this little function is what powers, the checkout, right? So if you want to check out, you basically want to do something like this. Why we times the amount, the initial transaction amount by 100 is that Stripe basically records amount in cents, right? So for you to be able to convert that cent to USD, you basically have to do some calculation later down the line, right? But for now, the amount that you are passing in here is the cent representation of the actual amount. So you pass the amount in, you specify your product data. This could be anything, right? And also specify that the quantity is 1, and the passing any meta information. This metadata is actually responsible. This is what we use later on to basically update the account information of the user, right? So the user can actually have a price, it can ask credit, and so on, right? So if the transaction is successful, we want to redirect them back to the dashboard, right? So this is why this little bit of function is extremely important. So you basically have to supply your Stripe secret key. So let me show you. So go to env sample. So here you basically have to go to Stripe dashboard and supply this webhook secret and the Stripe publishable key. Everything is available within your Stripe dashboard. It's very easy. So this is the way you can basically communicate with it. I think the other thing has to do with the order. So when you actually create an order, let me go to create order. So when you create an order, so we are doing some complex logic here, right? So if your user we'll check first if the user has enough credit. So get the user, use the get user by ID server action to get the user. So we'll now check if the user credit is greater than or equal to the package, right? So order data basically comes with some package ID, right? So we check for that package ID and check the price of that package. So if it is greater than or equal to it, good, you can actually allow it to process the order. But if not, right, we want to actually, return an error saying that, insufficient balance, right? So if the user has enough credit, what we want to do first is to create the order. Then we try to create a transaction for that order, because we need to be keeping track of each of these transactions, right? And then we try to update the user balance, right? So we'll debit the user. We just created an order. We need to debit him, and be able to, pass him the updated, credit, right? So what we'll do, we have the initial user credit, and then we'll subtract it from what is purchasing, right? So we'll subtract what is purchasing from his actual credit to have the actual reconciled credit, right? So this is what I will demo real quick. I'll show you now. Others. So currently, you see that my account balance is 519,950. Fantastic. So let's try to book some sorts of packages order. So let's see what we can find. I hope I find some cool ones. So it's still loading. So this loader is actually powered by End Progress, by the way, just in case you're interested. Everything is actually within the code base if you want to check it out. Okay, so we have, I love this trip. I love this too. Let's check this. How much is this? This one is actually around 15 credits, right? So let's book this. So you can see that my balance was updated immediately to from 950 to 935, right? So this is why you need this logic to basically reconcile the user balance, right? So now this is the $15 order I just made, and it's successful. I can copy the order ID and so on, right? So this is the way it works for the order. And any other thing that I need to show you guys that is a little bit complex, I think, is the way we handle the webhook functionality. So you want to go here, go to webhooks, go to a route. So now this is what we do. So this actually, if as you know, basically what we are doing now is that you basically need to set up your Stripe. I'm going to show you that real quick, just to make sure you guys are following. You set up your webhooks, and it's actually, very, very important for you to do it this way. Why? Because now you can actually see that I'm actually using ngrok to channel my HTTP request to an HTTPS server, right? So this is the same HTTP link that you place within the actual Stripe webhook. So we wait for it to load. Not sure why it's delaying. Okay, first that is duplicate this. Okay, it seems to be taking forever, but when you just go to this route, you should be able to see an option for you to be able to enter your URL, your webhook callback. So your webhook callback is this, right? So you're passing localhost 3000 slash API slash Stripe, right? You pass it there. So here, what we just do, we just verify the signature to make sure that what we are the event we are getting is actually coming from Stripe. And then if there's any error, we just we'll throw it out. And then if we are listening for this event types, if the event type is actually checkout session completed, right? So once to basically update, create a transaction, right? So that means that deposit is actually successful and stuff like that. So that funding is successful. So we update the user credit with what we have, and then we create a transaction for that, right? So this transaction gives us a way to say, oh, you just deposited, right? So let's keep track of it. So, and also it's actually good to, for every webhook event, you basically have to, return a success call when it's actually successful. Okay, so that's actually the point of this entire thing. I don't know if it's still loading. Okay, so I think you guys already know I can just add this for you guys. Add it here. Okay, so I'm going to close this out. Note more info here. Right, so yeah, so you guys can actually check it out and just set up your webhook URL and stuff like that. So I think with this, we've actually come to the end of this lesson. Thank you guys for sticking around, and catch you on the next one.